issues in relation to the compulsory purchase order and roads orders proposed to be made by Transport Scotland, acting on behalf of the Scottish Ministers in connection with the improvements to Sheriffhall Roundabout. As I said yesterday, because there have been objections to these orders which have not been withdrawn, this inquiry is being held in accordance with the procedure set out in the compulsory purchase by public authorities inquiries procedure Scotland Rules 1998. For the benefit of those who may just be joining today, either here or online, I am Trudy Craggs. I'm a reporter with the Planning and Environmental Appeals Division of the Scottish Government. I have been appointed by Scottish Ministers to consider the proposed orders and the objections to them, to hold this public inquiry and to submit a report to Scottish Ministers making findings in fact and recommendations as to whether or not the orders should be made. It is the Ministers who will have the final decision on the orders. Callum is also here again today. Again, the inquiry is being webcast live, but it will not be webcast tomorrow due to industrial action by the PCS union, but members of the public are welcome to attend in person tomorrow. As I said yesterday, by being here, you're consenting to being filmed and the use of those images and recordings for various purposes, including webcasting, training purposes, keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Just a quick reminder of some housekeeping matters. Again, please ensure your phones are all switched off, or at least on silent. Someone always forgets. Again, I'm not aware of any fire alarm tests, but in the event of a fire, please exit by the door at the front or the side, and we will muster in the car park. Toilets are located in the hall and lobby to either side, left and right. And that's all the housekeeping things to mention. Last night, I thank both parties, I got the various documents that we referred to yesterday. So from Transport Scotland, I got your TS 3.1, which is the correspondence regarding the carbon workshop for the City Region deal, which I understand was the Freedom of Information Request response. And then from Dr Boswell, on behalf of SHU, I got 3 documents. SH6.76, which is Valuation of Energy Use Greenhouse Gas Emissions Appraisal. 77, which is a toolkit for valuing changes to greenhouse gas emissions. And 78, which is the BEIS Valuation of Greenhouse Gas Policy Paper.
Ma'am, with apologies, we have, within the last 3 minutes, uploaded minutes to Objective Connect, which was another document which had been discussed yesterday. It just took longer to locate than we had hoped. What we've just uploaded are minutes of a meeting of the Edinburgh and South East Scotland City Region Deal Joint Committee dated 3rd September 2021, and it's those minutes which confirm that the financial risk sits with Scottish Ministers. And we've given that number TS 003.002, and will of course produce an updated promoters document list reflecting that document and the FOI response to which you've just referred.
Mr Walker, I'm assuming you've got no objection to that document being lodged? No.
I knew about it anyway, thank you.
Are there any other procedural matters or questions before we begin today? Mr Milne? Mr Walker? No. Okay. So, Mr Milne, I'll get you to call your next witness and we'll move on to that today.
Thank you, ma'am. The next witness for the promoter is Mr Ryan Hutchison. Mr Hutchison, would you mind reading your summary precognition, just the introduction and conclusions?
Sorry, can you use the microphone, please?
Good start, yes. Start again. So my name's Ryan Hutchison. I'm a technical director with ACOM, and I've been involved in A720 Sheriffhall Roundabout project as scheme manager since ACOM's appointment in 2013. Just go on to just read out the conclusions of my recognition. And it's my opinion, and the evidence demonstrates that the proposed scheme has been developed in accordance with the appropriate guidance to provide a solution that meets the scheme objectives. It includes facilities that will provide an exemplar solution for active travel users that can act as an enabler for improved active travel provision and usage across the wider local area. It will deliver significant benefits to public transport through improvements to bus journey times and reliability, and is better than any of the alternatives proposed by objectors.
Thank you. Now, I have some questions arising out of the discussion which took place yesterday, which I'll start with, and then I'll move on to questions arising out of the recognitions lodged on behalf of SHU. So, first of all, Mr Hutchison, could you please explain to the inquiry how you derived the cost estimate for the Stage 3 report? And you might want to refer to the Stage 3 DMRB report, which can be found under the references at CD 001.008.
Yes. The approach to the preparation of scheme cost estimates set out in section 3.5 of that report. I propose just to not to quite to read out, but to summarise what's set out there. And in particular, the overall approach is set out in paragraph 3.5.3, where we go through a series of steps to arrive at a final cost estimate. It then sets out in some detail how the various elements are dealt with. But initially, we prepared an initial capital cost estimate using what was at the time primarily Q2018 rates from SPON's 2019 price book, and also rate information from comparable schemes and other sources where SPON's didn't cover it. These rates were then indexed to Q4 2018 using retail price index factors. We made an allowance for preliminaries, which were quantified as a percentage of the construction costs. We then also added land acquisition costs provided by the DV, an allowance for project risks, adjustment factors for preparation supervision, and last but not least, an allowance for optimism bias. So these, the way these are put together to arrive at the total scheme cost is set out under table 3.4, where the various elements are set down in actual numbers for them. I don't know whether you want me to get into any more detail on that, or
just for my benefit, can you explain what SPONS is?
Yes, it's a sort of recognised industry publication which sets out current rates for various civil engineering activities and materials, and it's widely used for preparing cost estimates. That's like the Bible of cost estimating, if you like. CD 001.008. I mean, I can go into more detail, but in sort of overall terms, that's how the cost estimate is derived. I don't know if you want me to explain the various elements in any detail.
Am I allowed to just ask one quick question at this stage, or do I have to? It's just a clarification. SPONS, I used to use it in my old life. It's already referenced, isn't it, Mr Hutchison? Yeah.
Yes, it's widely used for this sort of thing, yeah.
I think, given the discussion yesterday, if you think it would be helpful to take us through the rest of this section so as that the inquiry understands the process that you went through.
So, as I say, the first step in developing the process was we developed the scheme to a certain level of detail to support the publication of draft orders, but that gives us enough information to break the scheme down into its constituent parts. And as a standard sort of procedure for highway schemes, we break it down under, there's references here to Series 100, Series 200. Again, there's a DMRB document which provides standard method of measurement for highway work. So again, it's a standard approach to breaking down a scheme and costing it. And for each of these elements at the start of table 3.4, we have We derive quantities from our design. We then apply rates from spawns or other sources to come up with the sums that you see on the right-hand side of the table there. I would probably put in, and again in the in page from paragraph 358 onwards, it sets out how these things were done for the various elements. Probably a couple of things just to point out of interest, as you'll see from the table at the beginning there. There's three probably fairly large numbers I just pick on. So start with the easiest one first. The structures is 18, just under 19 million. That includes the main structures over the A720, but it also includes for the cost of the active travel subways. Hence, that's a big part of the overall price. The thing that we touched on yesterday was the earthworks, so all the treatment of mine workings and grouting and all these costs are under Series 600. Hence, that's the biggest sort of capital element of all, as you would imagine. And then the other item worth pointing out is prelims, which again, generally at this stage we would set as a percentage of construction costs. In this instance, because of the nature of the scheme, where it is the extensive temporary works and traffic management required, that prelims was set at a relatively high figure of 30%, hence the 18 million. That then, at the top of the page 24, gives us a total sort of civils total construction cost, if you like, of just over 78.5 million. We then apply a risk allowance, and that figure again is derived from a standard part of the process we do in these things, where we have what they call I think it's a value management workshop, where as part of the staged a value for money and risk workshop, which in fact is detailed in section 3.6, where we do an actual sort of detailed risk assessment, put a price to that, and then that gives us a risk allowance, which is included in the overall cost estimate here. In this instance, just over 8 million. We then have an allowance for the cost of purchasing the land to construct the scheme, just over 3 million, and that's something that we don't get involved in at all. We provide information to the district valuer, who then provides us with that number based on their understanding of market conditions, etc. Then on top of that, there's a couple of standard additions. One is for preparation, which is for all the stuff we've been doing in developing the scheme, getting it ready, going through procurement, what have you, which is generally set at 6% of the costs above. There's a further 5% for supervision costs, for supervising the construction and the contract management. That then gives us a subtotal, to which then optimism bias is applied. And this has been applied at 15%, with the exception of structures where there's a higher percentage of 23% applied. And these are standard percentages for the stage of scheme that we are at. With again, as you work your way through scheme development, it becomes the optimism bias should become a lesser percentage as you have a better understanding of the project, and you have to have like an agreed risk allowance to allow you to go down to these sort of figures. But again, for the stage we're at, 15%, 23% would be the recognised number. And adding that all together gives us the figure there you see of 116,460,000.
And Mr. Hutchison, you explained the scheme cost estimate is current as at Q4, quarter 4, 2018. Yeah. And that's stated at 3.5.4 of the report to which you've just referred. Now, I think a fair question to ask in light of the discussion yesterday, why has this cost estimate not been redone for the purposes of this inquiry?
So again, cost estimates are used for different reasons at different stages of scheme development. At this particular stage, in 2018, when we were getting ready to publish draft orders, I guess the main purpose at that stage would be to inform the economic assessment that my colleague Mr Elliott will discuss tomorrow, but that's a fundamental requirement for that particular activity. Also prepared, because clearly Transport Scotland want to have an idea of how much the scheme might cost, but probably its primary purpose at that stage is to inform the economic development and support the business case.
And just to be clear, Mr Hutchison, can you speak to the transport economic efficiency, this assessment that you are referring to Mr Elliott in respect of?
That would be the economic assessment that gives us the benefit cost ratio that would be the key sort of figure that was talked about yesterday.
And that's for Mr Elliott, that's his area of qualification?
That's part of the traffic economic assessment speciality, yeah. But that's the purpose of the cost estimate for this particular stage of the project.
And in terms of the cost estimate, which I understand is also referred to as the outturn cost, would that be worthwhile reassessing at this point in time, today's date, for example, in your professional opinion? I think it's important to put the microphone on for the webcast as well, so we'll try and remember to put it on each time you speak. So moving on to the next part of the questioning of this morning. There was some discussion yesterday around whether objective A for the scheme had been met. Would you like to comment on the evidence that you did hear yesterday?
So the objective A being significantly improve traffic conditions at Sheriffhall Roundabout and reduce overall journey times for traffic on the A720 passing through the junction. Traffic assessment indicates that during peak periods journey times will typically reduce by approximately 0.5 minutes eastbound, 3.9 minutes westbound in the morning and 11.7 minutes eastbound and 10.3 minutes westbound in the evening. So that's, that demonstrates that the objective, improving it and doing everything they can within the existing land constraints to maximise the efficiency of that junction.
In not asking you to give Mr Elliott's evidence, but in your role as technical director at ACOM and scheme manager for this particular scheme, do you have a view on whether it is worthwhile upgrading this junction without solving the wider congestion on the city bypass?
Yes, absolutely. Again, the scheme that we were asked to develop and the project scheme that we were asked to bring through to conclusion was based on a very specific objective, and that's reflected in the scheme objectives we've done, and it's to sort of solve the issues associated specifically with Sheriffhall Roundabout, and there's clearly a lot of issues with that junction at the moment, and we would set out to improve the junction in itself rather than the wider area. But that was recognised as a particularly difficult point in the transport system in the area. Does that answer the question, Douglas?
Thank you. Now, I hope it's helpful to just comment to people at the moment, to the inquiry at the moment, that in terms of the benefits, in terms of delivery and policy, Ms McClelland will speak to that, so I'm not going to ask Mr Hutchison to comment on that area which falls out with his remit. Turning now to the active travel or the non-motorised user facilities which are to be delivered as part of the proposed scheme. Did you undertake an assessment of NMU use at the existing junction and surrounding area as part of the development of the proposed scheme?
We certainly carried out some surveys that gave us a record of the existing usage of the junction, yes.
Did you undertake consultation, and if so, can you talk us through, I think this is an important point, so some detail around the consultation which was undertaken regarding existing use and proposed use?
Yes, okay. Sorry, Douglas, that's a wider question than I answered. The first thing to say, probably the start in how we've ended up with the active travel proposals we had at the moment was as a result of the consultation we had at the end of stage 2 when we published the preferred scheme, public exhibitions and various things. And generally the feedback was very supportive. Everybody thought, you know, when can you start? Please get on with this as quickly as possible. But the one thing that we did get a lot of feedback on was how active travel was a particular issue that needed addressed, and that they need to take the opportunity to, you know, deal with the barrier that the junction currently makes to people wanting to go across the A720, and there was a very strong feedback about that. So, and that was one of the recommendations at the end of stage 2, that further work would be done in that stage 3.
Sorry, can I just butt in there? When you say there was strong feedback, who were you getting strong feedback from? Was it public? Was it local authorities? Was it active travel groups? Or was it across?
Across all of these things, really, yeah. So that was one of the recommendations of the Stage 2 report, that further work would be done to develop the active travel facilities at Stage 3. And the way we did that was through a sort of recognised DMRB process called, I always call it WCAR, I've always got to think what it stands for. It's Walking, Cycling and Horse Riding Assessment and Review, I think it is, yes. And that's one of the PLI documents that you have. But that sets out a process for this very thing. And similar to the sort of process you go through in developing a scheme, you start off with developing an understanding of the existing situation, the existing conditions, the existing infrastructure. You then get an understanding through consultation of what the things are that stakeholders would like to achieve by providing active travel, and then from that develop some options which are assessed before you come up with a sort of preferred option. So there's quite a detailed procedure that you go through step by step, which we followed in this case here, and the reports of that process are available for everybody to see. But certainly that started off from having a full understanding of the existing conditions and what were the sort of things that we were able to address and improve in the local area, and everything else sort of followed on from that.
I think it would be helpful, Mr Hutchison, if you could explain that in more detail with reference to the reports which are before this inquiry to which you've referred. Can you take us to the detail around, for example, to start off with, the consultation exercise and the feedback that you got from whom and what was said?
Okay. Again, probably in terms of documentation, that's probably best set out in the overarching report. It's summarised in there, but the stakeholder consultation that was carried out as part of that process is set out in paragraphs 4.1.27, page 68 of the overarching report. So the stakeholders that we consulted with at that stage included Midlothian Council, City of Edinburgh Council, Cyclist Touring Club, Sustrans and Spokes, amongst others. We then had a number of written consultations, workshops, presentations, but probably the key thing I'd like to talk about is the sort of active travel workshops that were held at that stage. And as it sets out, I think in paragraph 4.128, I'll just check there was a wide range of stakeholders invited to these workshops, and one I've probably referred to is the part two of the workshop, where it was attended by City of Edinburgh Council, Mid Lothian Council, East Lothian Council, Scottish Natural Heritage, British Horse Society, Sustrans, Cycling UK, Spokes and Scotways. So all these stakeholders were able to feed into that process and be involved in and inform the agreement of the objectives that we were trying to achieve with the active travel proposals. They then went through, as I say, probably the most important part was a three-stage workshop where which culminated in agreement of a preferred option for active travel provision, which was then incorporated into the scheme that was promoted as part of the draft orders.
Is there anything you'd like to take from the minutes of the active travel workshops at CD 001 20 through to 22?
I think probably the main thing I would highlight in that is as similar with the scheme. I think they call them design opportunities in this particular process rather than scheme objectives, but it's a very similar process, and we agreed amongst the stakeholders a series. I think there was again under section 5 of CD 001 point. Oh, jinx. It's the apologies, I forget the number. CD 001.021 under section 5 of that document, they agreed a series of 11 opportunities or key opportunities that the active travel was trying to achieve. It's maybe just worth reading these out. I think that's quite a good summary of what we set out to achieve, and what I think we did actually achieve with the final proposals. Number one was to, and again in the document there, it highlights the key themes that trying to summarise what each of them was trying to do. The first one was provide facilities which are attractive to users to encourage wider active travel and support modal shift. Number two, act as exemplar for integration of all modes and holistic solution developed in collaboration with stakeholders. Ensure proposals take account of future developments and other active travel initiatives in the study area, such as Edinburgh Orbital and A7 urbanisation. Segregate non-motorised users from motorised users to limit interaction with live traffic. Improve user facilities at Sheriffhall Roundabout to provide safe passage across the trunk road. Direct dedicated connections on the desire line, which are conducive to personal safety and well integrated with the wider network, should be targeted. That was a bit of a mouthful. Improve user facilities along the A7 North to better facilitate integration with Sheriffhall Park and Ride. Improve user facilities along the A6106 to Old Dalkeith Road to provide better linkage to Dalkeith. Provide user facilities along the A7 South to improve access to local amenities, A772 Gilmerton Road corridor. Provide user facilities north of Sheriffhall Roundabout to enable connection with the proposed development areas. Provide controlled crossings where appropriate to integrate walking, cycling and horse riding routes and local amenities. Explore opportunities for future integration and developing links with horse riding facilities in the study area. So I think you'd agree that's probably quite an ambitious list of objectives, opportunities, but I would put it to the inquiry that we, I think, did a pretty decent job in achieving the objectives as set out there.
Can you just give me the reference for that again, so I can...
Sorry, it says... It's CD001.021. It's the notes of the wider stakeholder workshop, part 2. And sorry, back to the point you make. The key thing with that is that again, that wasn't us doing that on our own. That was done in consultation with all the possible stakeholders with an interest in the subject in the area, and it was agreed through a workshop process, as was the later stages and the ultimate proposals.
What did the consultation exercise that you're describing tell you about the existing situation and the use made by non-motorised users of the current Sheriffhall roundabout?
Yes. So I think generally that process and wider consultation demonstrated that although there were very, very small numbers of existing users, that was just because the junction was so horrific, it was so unsafe to go through, and it was just a very unattractive environment. Therefore, it was very low usage, and it was said at the time, well, you can't use that as a justification for not doing anything because it's just too dangerous. But the feeling was, if you were to, provide an exemplar solution, then that would hugely encourage active travel in the area and support the modal shift, as indeed the objective stated.
Will the proposed scheme bring benefit on day one in terms of NMU use? And could you take that forward in your answer to the medium and longer term insofar as you're able to, based on the consultation work that you've undertaken as described?
Well, absolutely. In day one, it removes the barrier that the junction currently provides. I mean, I think there was a uniform agreement that is a massive barrier. We've talked about the severance, but in terms of active travel in particular, it was just like a brick wall across there. So on day one, immediately that barrier is removed, and people can safely cross the A720 without having to interact with traffic. It's a totally dedicated facility that's been provided. We've also, beyond the sort of grade separated crossing of the junction, if you like, provided links to both existing active travel facilities in the area and indeed aspirational routes on the various approaches to the scheme. So it removes the barrier that's caused by the scheme, which is an immediate benefit from day one, but also supports further development by the local authorities to build on that and extend the active travel provision within the wider area. But without removing that barrier, none of that would be possible.
Can you take us to any document which helps us understand local authority strategies regarding their aspirations for?
I think possibly the most useful document for that I found is the Midlothian Active Travel Strategy, which I think, I just need to find it. I think it's document CD003.035. And again, as did yesterday, it's page 44 of that document. It's probably the one to go to, if everybody's got that. And that sets out the active travel strategy, if we could call it that, for what it calls Danderhall and Shropshire. And in that page there has a diagram that shows all the existing facilities in the area and indeed the what they call the aspirational active travel routes in and around Sheriffhall. Sheriffhall roundabout is pretty much centre stage on that. So there's a number of things on there. I guess a couple of things to to possibly point out there that we've. So they show basically there's four approaches to the roundabout, the A7, A6, 106, and we've provided two-way links to each of these approaches, and you can see on that there's a number of medium-term and long-term aspirational routes there, and I guess we've taken these into account in developing the schemes within the relative close vicinity of Sheriffhall. In particular, I would point out the A7 South, which is has a long-term active travel route on either side of the A7 South, which actually ties into a wider Midlothian Council initiative called A7 Urbanisation. And again, as part of the consultation with Midlothian, we agreed to extend our facilities to tie into that at the first roundabout immediately south of Sheriffhall on the A7 South. So again, in terms of the wider plans for the area in terms of active travel, that figure shows them quite well, I think, Douglas.
Do you have a view on what would happen to Midlothian Council's aspirations here if this scheme were not to go ahead?
Well, as I say, if this scheme wasn't to go ahead, they would still be faced with the barrier of people going backwards and forwards across the A720. The active travel route in and out of Edinburgh just wouldn't be functional if they had still the barrier of the existing junction.
And I'll put to Ms McClelland implications for the National Transport Strategy number 2. Just as an aside, before we go on to public transport, really so as I don't forget to ask, will the proposed junction be signalised?
It will be signalised, and that's a fundamental part of the scheme actually. And I know there was talk about this being seen in the visualisations, but actually the traffic signals that are proposed are shown on are described in section 414 of the stage 3 report. So there is proposed to have traffic signals on the eastbound.
Sorry, can I just get that report up?
Yeah, sorry, I beg your pardon. So it's the stage 3 report. Again, I forget the. Sorry. So again, it's CD 001.008 that referred to earlier. And it's section 4.14, which is on page 53. I'm not sure if that's 53 of the PDF or certainly the number, page 53 on the page. Yeah. Okay. Sorry? Sorry, it's section paragraph 4.14.1. And I'll just read out what it says, actually. The operational assessment of the scheme has identified the need for provision of traffic signals at the eastbound and westbound diverge entry junctions with the roundabout. So when you come off the slip roads that come off the A720 as they tie into the roundabout, and traffic signals would help control circulatory traffic, allowing slip road traffic to more easily merge onto the roundabout and therefore avoid potential queuing traffic in the slip roads extending into the main line during peak hours, and these would be operational from year of opening. So it's not a full signalisation of the junction as there at the moment. It's literally signals at the end of the entry slip roads from the A720.
And I don't need to take you to this, Mr Hutchison, but 4.14.3 explains that further details on the operational assessment that determined the provisional signals is given in section 5 of the report that we have in front of us.
Yeah. I mean, it was a direct result of the traffic simulation that was carried out by Mr Elliott and his colleagues, and it, just optimised the operation of the junction.
We heard mention yesterday in Ms Beamsing's evidence about the contribution that the promoter says will be made to public transport journey times and reliability. Was consultation undertaken with public service providers, bus companies, during the development of the scheme?
Yes, it was. All the local bus operators were consulted. I have to say, they possibly didn't engage as much as we might have liked them, but their main feedback was that basically they all avoid Sheriffhall Roundabout because it's so congested and so unpredictable that their services pretty much avoid it because it's so horrendous. So the big benefit to them and what they were interested in was removing that congestion and allowing them to get across the roundabout much more freely than they currently can, which is what the junction improvement does.
Now, returning to active travel, because I've now got to Mr. French's precognition in particular, which I'd like to put some of the assertions made by Mr. French to you in order that you can respond insofar as you haven't already done so in your overarching report and other evidence. And I suspect it might be helpful to have the Midlothian active travel strategy before you, still CD-003.35, in particular that map on PDF page 44, which I think is quite a useful reference point. Sorry, we always speak too quickly in giving reference numbers. CD-003.035, and it's page 44 of the PDF.
There's also a table that goes with it as well, which I think just follows it, but the picture sort of says purpose.
I'm certainly happy to wait a minute to let that load so as you have it in front of you. I think it helps in this whole discussion. Mr. French, in his precognition, if you do have that in front of you, he asserts that there are a number of deficiencies in the proposed active travel, on which I would be grateful for your comments, starting with the comments by Mr. French regarding the subway oblique underpass on the east side of the A720. Mr. French mentions pedestrians and cyclists coming south on the A720, and that with the new scheme they'll need to cross the road to use the underpass and no safe crossing is included. Just taking that comment, is it right that no safe crossing will be included across the A720?
The first thing to say is there's a very substandard footway that runs along the east side of the 6106, and under our proposals that would stop at the scheme limits to the north end of the tie-in, and there would be a crossing a safe crossing provided at that point at the tie-in to the scheme to bring everybody over to the active travel corridor that's being provided along the west verge of the 6106 north, which is the sort of dashed purple line that you can see on the active travel strategy diagram.
Just to be clear, what form will that crossing take from east to west to the new subway?
The detail of that is something that we would agree with Midlothian Council at the time we get to the next stage. To be honest, it would be it would be a crossing. It could be a controlled or an uncontrolled. That would be subject to discussion at the next stage, to be quite honest. But there would be that facility provided. But again, that would depend on the likely usage of it, what sort of level of, what type of crossing it might be.
Just so I'm getting this right in my head. If you're walking down the A720, so you're coming from the Sheriffhall area.
Yes.
Would someone walk down the west side, cross the road at the tie-in, and then you could walk down the east side?
Yes.
Is that what we're saying?
You'd walk down. Well, first of all, we don't think there'll be anybody coming down there in the first place. Ultimately, once the scheme's developed, but once the chauffeur and things are in place. But at the moment, there's a you may remember from the site visit, there's a very narrow footway that runs along there. At the moment, we would cut that off at the tie-in to the scheme and provide a crossing to what would be the west verge of the 6106 to tie into the 3 metre wide active travel facility that we have in the west verge. However, in the longer term, the strategy would be that the Midlothian Council would extend that 3 metre wide facility in the west verge right up to better serve Shawfair up to the next junction. Does that make sense? No?
Sorry.
Yes, no, I think it does make sense. So the crossing point would be at the tie-in.
Yes.
The east side pavement is what is there now.
Yes.
And then if you cross there at this point in time, there's no footpath, but aspirationally
but
there
will
would be a
be
footpath.
once as part of our scheme we would provide that. Yes.
And bearing in mind that as a 60-mile-per-hour road, is that kind of crossing acceptable?
It's not ideal. No, you would rather not have it. But again, it's just to reflect what's there at the moment. It may be that that crossing is signalised or provided. We haven't discussed that with Midlothian as yet.
Sorry, can you just clarify how far north that crossing would be?
I'm trying to think the best. It's literally at where they are realigned. I'm trying to think of a drawing that would best show it. It's literally the northern limit of our scheme where the realigned A6106 ties into the existing A6106. I don't know, I guess it's about 300 metres, something like that, north of the junction, roughly.
Do you have a figure reference that shows it?
That shows, yes. Trying to think the best. Possibly the stage 3 report. The figures that go with the stage 3 report. I'll just try to find the reference. So CD 001.008.002.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes. CD 001.008.002 is the figures that go with the stage 3 report. So I think what the best would to show it. So there's a number of figures in there that would show it, but I mean, I guess in the first instance, figure 3.1 would be the best one to look at, which is just the overall scheme layout. So that's on page. So it's page 11 of the PDF. And it unfortunately it doesn't show up at this sort of scale, but where the coloured section ends, essentially, right at that tie-in there. So where it ties into effectively the straight section of the 6106. It's figure 3.1. And if you want to know the actual distance, there's a more detailed planning profile of A6106 North.
What's the title of that figure? My number.
Figure 3.1 is just DMRB Stage 3 layout. It's page 11 of the PDF. And then.
And can I just be clear, looking at that document, although there's a substandard pavement to the east at the moment, there won't be a pavement at all to the east. Is that correct from what I'm looking at here?
Not over the limits of our scheme, no. We would replace that over the coloured section there. That would just become a soft verge, and people would be taken across to the better facility on the west verge. And again, in terms of distance, figure 414 and 415 would give you the length of it. Can't remember that off the top of my head.
Sorry, I just want to be really clear on this. So I've got your figure. If I'm coming north, I'm on the A6106. I go past the Suds Pond. I keep going. On the west side of the road, there is a new field access. I keep going. There's another new field access, and then the colour runs out. Is that where the crossing would be?
Yes.
Thank you.
The limit of the scheme, essentially. Yeah? I mean, the other point worth making is that that's purely a footway. It's not a footway cycle. It's not wide enough to be. It's purely a very informal footway. It's not a cycleway.
Sorry, which is the formal and footway? The one that's going to be to the west?
The one that's on the east side. The existing facility is a footway. It's not a cycleway.
Yes, and it would be removed.
Yes, over the length of our scheme. Yes.
So, Mr. Hutchison, taking this forward, in terms of what you've described by way of provision on the east of the A6106, this narrow footway which will not extend anymore within to the extents of the scheme, and there'll be a crossing of some description to be agreed with the local roads authority to take users over to the improved NMU facilities as part of the scheme. Now, Mr. French, in his precognition, mentions extensive housing and employment opportunities to the east side of the A6106, Shawfair, Miller Marshalling Yards, Newton Farm, as justification for a facility on the east verge, also Shawfair Station. Do you have any comment to make on that? I appreciate you've touched briefly on it in your evidence already, but it was a brief comment. I'd like you to expand upon development to the east.
There's a number of developments in the area, but immediately east of that there is none immediately east of that section of the 6106. There's generally the Shawfair, which is to the east. Sorry, I think what's the best to reference to it. So the Shawfair development over that section is generally to the west of the 6106. The other areas that are talked about, like Newton Farm, for example, is on the other side of the railway, or further north beyond the next junction up on the 6106. So immediately to the east of that section of the 6106, there is no development as such, and I think that's reflected in the active travel strategy that's back to the Danderhall and Shawfair diagram that we have there. So the developments that Mr. French refers to are either on the west of the 6106, to the north of the next junction up, or the other side of the railway. Hence, I think why the active travel strategy only has the corridor on the west side.
And Mr Hutchison, do you explain in the overarching report the further reasoning for not providing subway facilities on the east side of the A6106?
Yeah, in terms of engineering, because of the alignment of the junction and the roundabout, the provision of an additional subway on the east side would mean that it couldn't be drained by gravity, essentially, which would mean it would be a pump solution, which again is a capital and indeed an operational liability, if I could say, for the scheme once it's open.
And that's set out in more detail in that report, but it's fair to say there are a number of reasons for the provision which is being made on the A6106 being as it is.
Yeah.
Next, Mr French makes reference to a multi-user path between Sheriffhall Roundabout and Miller Hill Junction, again shown on the Midlothian Council active travel strategy, which we have in front of us. Do you wish to comment upon this aspirational long-term active travel route and how it aligns or not with the scheme?
Again, as part of the WCAR process, we tried to get as much information about other proposals within the area, and some were more advanced than others. But that particular one, I think, was very much a long-term aspirational, and there wasn't really any, detail behind it that showed what that might look like at a future date. And indeed, I would refer to, I think, to the words in the table, which follows the figure, page 45, and it talks about two specific areas, the developments. One is about connection along the A7, which is the stuff as well about. The second one talks about connections within the Shawfair area, and it talks under the third column, the identified solutions, about creation of new active travel infrastructure within Shawfair, which provides improved connectivity within Shawfair and between Midlothian and East Lothian, Edinburgh Council. And that's what's reflected, I think, in the earlier figure, and indeed what I consider to be a relatively sketchy nature of that. But what I would point out that it does show it set back from the A720 rather than in the verge as other ones do, and I think that's because it will be a part of the development of Shawfair if and when it goes ahead in the future. There's a wider active travel to support that Shawfair development.
Do you have any comment to make? We see in very small writing reference to disused railway. Just under where we see Miller Hill. Yeah. Do you have any comment to make on that?
Well, I think they've actually got that as an aspirational route through there, haven't they? So that's a fairly standard approach to providing an active travel corridor, is to use disused railways. And I think that's just reflected there, and that would provide a very useful east-west connection, I think. Yeah.
The promoter is criticised, if I may use that word, for not including within the proposed scheme a widening of the bridge over the Borders railway line to accommodate an active travel route. And again, reference is made to this strategy of Midlothian Council, which we have in front of us. Do you have any comment to make by way of response to that? A couple of things. The first thing I'd probably say is
nobody's ever suggested that there will be a cycleway in the verge of the 720, and I don't think anybody would think that's a sensible thing. It'd be much better, as with our proposals, to be separate from the 720. It's not an attractive environment to cycle along the verge of a high-speed road like the A720. So first of all, it's hard to see that would be the case, but and we can't second guess that. But the Borders rail structure is actually a very complex structure due to the skew of the railway and all the requirements of Network Rail. So it's a very complex and expensive structure to construct, and to widen that by 3 or 4 metres for something that may or may not happen based on a line and a plan wouldn't seem terribly sensible, to be honest.
Sorry, can I ask just a quick question? Given that you're saying it's a complex structure, could you say then that if you didn't future-proof it now, it's highly likely it would never happen because it would make a whole scheme unviable?
Probably.
Mr Hutchison, just a final, incredibly general question. Is there anything else that you think it would be helpful to bring to the inquiry's attention at this point in time?
I probably just reiterate my conclusion. I think it was in my precognition, but I think it is worth remembering while we're talking about things that aren't included, what we are actually providing. I never read out my evidence earlier, but we are. I mean, I can't find the reference here, but we are providing over 2 miles of high. Well, there it is there. In fact, it's paragraph 3.1 with precognition. I would just reiterate the fact that we are providing active travel facilities which provide an exemplar solution that supports integration of wider proposals in the local area and provides improved active travel facilities to and from Edinburgh through the removal of the barrier posed by the current junction. So this, I think, we've generally found through consultation, and I think people generally agree this is the sort of trigger that would release all these opportunities in a wide area. But without it, you're not going to be able to release these opportunities. I think I would just conclude with that. Douglas, yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr Hutchison. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Now, so we'll now start cross-examination. I'm not sure, was you, Mr Walker, or you, Mr French? I'm
going to pass over to Mr French, but on the first part, the very sort of wider part, I just get a couple of clarifications. First of all, by way of an apology, I must have read the reports wrong. It must have said full signalisation will be at a later date, but you've confirmed there that the slip road signalisation was there right from the start. Yep. Okay. And so I apologise, Mr Milne, for my outburst yesterday when I claimed that it wasn't part of the scheme and we shouldn't be discussing it. So anyway, that's by the way. Regarding objective 1 of the scheme, this about, giving the traffic over the, between Miller Hill and Gilmerton a clear run, and you said that that wouldn't impact at all in any other junctions. Is that right?
I don't think I said.
No, please, could you clarify that, because I didn't quite catch you on that. It was regarding this objective that it's it was objective number 1 that you can get over that junction with the scheme very quickly, but then you referred to other junctions.
I think the only reference I made to other junctions was about the objective, where it spoke about improving the movement of traffic between Gilmont and Old Craig Hall. I don't think I said
yeah. So that we're back to where, yeah, that's fine. That, and Miss Beam Singh confirmed that yesterday. That's fine. When you talked about future-proofing the junction, and that's come up about public transport as well, that you could get a bus lane in at some stage. Yes. You could also get a third lane in there for traffic as well, couldn't you? Sorry, through the junction? Through where you're saying that it's future-proofed. Right, okay. And there's a bus, you could get a bus along there, or bus each way, both ways. It could also be adapted, that same works, to take 3-lane dual. Okay, so again, there was a lot of discussion about this in the early stages of the project and what should and shouldn't be provided. And with other things, there was a lot of uncertainty over what might happen with the A720 in the longer term, and if it was to be widened, what form that might take. But generally, the most difficult thing to deal with in widening projects is the structures. So the decision was made quite early on that the structures would be over-widened to accommodate a potential future widening, but the embankments were built just to accommodate the current situation. So it was future-proofed in as much as the A720 bridges were over-widened to allow for a future third lane if that was to come forward in the future. So what's built, what you're proposing to build, could accommodate a 3-lane dual? In terms of the structures, yes. Yes, thanks. And I'm nearly there. I think you mentioned the Newton Farm development, and I thought it was quite strange that you take the development into consideration, the actual, housing development there, but you don't take the link road and the park and ride into consideration. Could you comment on that, please? This is off the Miller Hill, junction. When you say take into account, in what way do you mean? I would have thought that would have taken a lot of, once that's built, and as I said yesterday, and I don't want to go on about it, I'm not, but as I said to Miss Beam Singh, that there's potential there to take, say, the 51 bus through that link onto the A68 and or through Shawfair. So what I was trying to get at, that that link could be very useful in easing traffic, and B, there's a proposed park and ride there, and I thought these were fairly new proposals, but I came across, it was one of your documents, it's actually the link roads, and it goes a way back, I'm not saying to 2008, but it was one of the older documents I saw the link in. So why wasn't that taken into consideration? In terms of taking that into consideration, in terms of the traffic assessment, I would defer that to my colleague, Mr. Ellis, to explain that. Perfectly what I would mention in passing, though, is that also that they're not as developed as we are in terms of the scheme, but actually the proposals that we have seen are very much for a residential distributor road, and it's very it's been designed to discourage the sort of through traffic that you might be talking about. So no, I understand that, but I come back. No, it is to do with public transport. If I could just, that's what I'm saying. That's what I like this, and I keep going on about this link through from Craigmillar to the Royal. Simple little sort of venal for buses only, and why can't that be? I know you're not the designer of the Newton Farm development, but surely there's a great opportunity there for a bus-only Venno through to, say, Shawfair Station from the Newton Farm development.
There's all sorts of opportunities that presents, and I think that's part of the ongoing discussions about the development of the whole Newton Farm and commitments about park and ride, and that's all going on separate to our project, but nothing's reached a conclusion yet, as I understand it.
That's fine, thank you. I'll pass over to Mr French now.
Before Mr French starts, I just propose we have a 10-minute break. Yeah. Probably a convenient time to stop, so we'll reconvene at 5 to 11. Thank you. Start, Mr French, you okay to start your cross-examination? Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you. That was really helpful. That answered some of my questions. I will try and miss those ones out. I might just read them out by accident anyway. But going to start with some things I wrote down from your presentation this morning. This will not be in a particularly helpful order. I apologise. We'll get there, though. So you talked about 15% and 23% recognised optimism biases earlier. That presumably is based on circumstances that are considered typical in 2018?
No, these figures come from sort of HM Green Book guidance where, as I said earlier, you start off the idea of optimism bias is, I mean, I don't want to insult anybody by explaining what optimism bias is, but it's a recognised tendency for people like ourselves to underestimate the costs of things, particularly at early stages when you don't know much about the scheme. So you start off with a very high optimism bias number, and as you develop your proposals in more detail, that reduces hand in hand with a better understanding of a properly monetised risk allowance. So as you work your way through, there's recognised gateways as you work your way through the scheme development where you're allowed to, what's recommended you reduce the optimism bias. So the 15 and 23% is the appropriate level for the stage that we were at in advance of publishing draft orders. So it's just recognised guidance.
And that remains true given the circumstances we are in 2022 and 2023 with inflation and supply chain issues, etc.
I don't think optimism bias is intended to cover that okay. Sort of thing.
You said earlier, I hope I wrote this down right, capacity has been completely squeezed out of the current junction, but nothing more that can be done to improve capacity in the existing junction, therefore grade separation is required. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Yesterday, I think we were hearing that the proposed scheme hasn't been designed to increase vehicle flows. Is that correct?
It's not been designed to accommodate increased vehicle flows. No, that's correct. Yes, that's correct.
I'm struggling to reconcile those two statements. Can you help me out?
Well, the junction's currently congested by the existing traffic, and that's the sort of problem. One of the issues that we're trying to solve is allowing the existing traffic flows to negotiate the junction better than they currently can. So even without any, regardless of any future traffic, there's a pre-existing issue with traffic congestion at that junction. I think we would all agree.
So the proposed grade separated roundabout will have a higher capacity than the existing junction? It
will be more efficient. The capacity, I mean, this is maybe me straying a bit beyond mine, but at the moment the Sheriffhall A720 has 2 lanes in each direction, and it will continue to have 2 lanes in each direction. What you're taking away is the junction in the middle of it, so it makes it more efficient.
Forgive me, but a more efficient junction could carry more traffic.
I mean, again, I'm straying beyond my expertise, but the capacity is constrained by all the other things around it, not just by that junction in its own right.
I think I've made my point. So, I believe in the Stage 3 assessment report, the predicted vehicle flows across the junction in the scheme are about 6% higher than current, whatever the baseline was. Is that correct?
I suspect questions on traffic flows would be better put to my colleague, Mr. Elliott, but
Fair enough.
if it's within my expertise, I can answer, but the numbers are more down to David, I would say, to Mr. Elliott, I would suggest.
So the various options that were considered at stages 1 and 2 were all grade separated junctions because that was objective. That was the design objectives. Yes.
Well, it was considered the objectives couldn't be met with anything other than grade separation. Yeah.
So, for example, and they were all compared to the status quo existing junction.
Yes.
So, no, for example, demand management options were considered. For example, large bus public transport options or trams or congestion charging or anything else that would be considered demand management rather than capacity increase.
Not as part of the work that we did, no.
Thank you.
Mr. French, if I may say, it may help again to know that Ms. McClelland can speak to the wider plans, policies and strategies.
Okay, thank you. So, going to the figure we were talking about earlier, figure 3.1, scheme layout. Do you see why someone looking at this might not have realised there was a proposed crossing of the 6106?
Yes.
Thanks. And so, someone coming from, say, Miller Hill, coming south, will, on the east side, will be able to cycle down from Miller Hill, but they would have to be on the road until they got to the limit of this, northern limit of this scheme. Is that correct?
If only our scheme was constructed, yes, that's correct. Yeah.
So they'd then be able to use the new crossing that we've just discussed, go down the west side of the road, and then get to the excellent new facilities at Sheriffhall and carry on. Yeah. Okay. But anybody who wants to, when Midlothian Council presumably eventually build the path parallel to the bypass that's in their active travel strategy, how might that connect into the proposed infrastructure if and when they do ever build that? So it would come over parallel to the bypass, over the new bridge they'd have to build. Where might it go then?
Sorry, with all due respect, I think that very much depends on the overall active travel network for Shaw Fair, which I don't have any insight to.
But what I would hope is that the proposed scheme would be future-proofed to allow it to do something sensible.
I would argue it's future-proof for what we know about the Midlothian strategy, active travel strategy.
So can I just come in and ask a question there? Does that mean you've given different weight to different long-term aspirations? Because both the aspiration up the A6106 is long-term, the one going east through Shaw Fair to Newton Farm is long-term, the one going south on the A7 is long-term. So if you've given different weightings to those paths and future-proofed some and not others?
No, we haven't, no. No.
So I guess the question still is if for that path to the east, that hasn't been future-proofed. You're saying that'd be up to Midlothian Council to figure out how that would link in to Sheriffhall, whereas the other two to the north, A6106 and A7, you've future-proofed those even though they don't exist today.
We've future-proofed the approaches to the roundabout, the existing, but we don't know enough about the wider sort of Shaw Fair active travel proposals to meaningfully accommodate them. I mean, on a personal note, I do find it quite strange to visualise what that Shaw Fair network that's shown to the east of the Borders Railway will look like, because that's effectively a green field, and I think, if I remember rightly, remains as a green field in the future.
So, do you have any idea how much it would cost if that path came along and it was decided to build the additional subway at that stage? Can you ballpark that for me?
No, I don't, to be quite honest. I don't think that would be appropriate to speculate on what that might cost. There's too many variables.
Is it fair to say it would be more expensive than if it was done now?
It would depend on the circumstances that it was provided.
But I suppose the general point is normally more expensive to try and retrofit than it is to future-proof.
That's a general rule of thumb, yeah. But again, it would be provided as part of currently as part of a £120 million scheme, as against it may be part of wider works at Shaw Fair. And, you know, the economies of scale, you just don't know. It would be total guesswork.
So are questions about the effects on the wider local road network more appropriate to hold for Mr Elliott tomorrow, or?
Yes, please, yeah.
Okay.
In terms of congestion and questions along that side of things, yeah.
So I understand no design options were considered that only provided the active travel and public transport benefits without providing the benefits to other motor traffic at the same time. That's correct?
Yeah, active travel on its own right wasn't considered as an option because it wouldn't be the wider objective of the scheme.
Okay. It is fair to say that meeting only the active travel and public transport benefits would have been substantially cheaper than doing the whole scheme, including all the grade separation, which primarily benefits private motor users. Correct?
Again, we don't have anything to compare it with. I think providing a separate active travel grade separated scheme would be a very expensive scheme to provide as well, just given the physical constraints that we have. So
okay.
I wouldn't like to guess how much it might cost compared to the current scheme.
But we can, for example, look at similar schemes elsewhere in the world and ask them how much it costs and compare that to the £120 million estimate that we have here.
Every scheme's different. Sorry, every scheme's different. You need to look at each in its own individual specific circumstances. You can't apply something from elsewhere to the specifics of a scheme at Sheriffhall.
Okay.
I mean, I would add, Mr. Francis, you know, from the car workshops we had, we did look at a number of different ways of getting across it, and you recall that, you know, to achieve acceptable gradients and things like that, it becomes quite extensive to get up and over it, regardless of what the wider scheme is. So it, by no means a simple thing to provide the equivalent in the with the existing junction arrangements.
Yes, I remember those conversations well. And just want to say that workshop was really, really useful. I actually enjoyed it, which maybe says more about me than anything else. But all of the options we were considering at that workshop were embedded in a grade separated, the option that we had. The only single option that the active travel was put in afterwards around the grade separated motorway dual carriageway junction. What I'm trying to say is there would have been cheaper options to only do the active travel benefits without grade separating the junction. Do you agree?
That wasn't the objectives that we were trying to achieve.
Yeah.
But I suppose the question is that I know it's not what you were trying to achieve, and I get that, but if you're looking at an active travel solution, more likely than not, it'd be less than 120 million.
Yes, absolutely, more likely than not. I mean, I can't argue that, yeah.
So I think everyone will agree that the proposed active travel at the roundabout, active travel infrastructure at the roundabout, is a huge, huge, huge improvement on what's currently there. I really can't. That's absolutely without doubt. It's really important, I think, though, that people are able to get to it safely from, say, Dalkeith, from, say, Gilmerton, Bonnyrigg, everywhere around. And yesterday, I think we were hearing that it was described as an enabler to allow future connections. But we were also, I think, hearing you think more people will use it from day one as well. Is that correct? Fair? Yeah. So essentially, build it and they will come. That's fair.
There certainly seemed to be consensus in that at the workshops we held, yes.
Yeah. That would apply to the motor traffic too, though, right?
Sorry?
That applies to drivers equally. You build a big new junction and they'll come and drive through it as well, right?
Again, I think we need to defer to Mr. Elliott to get into that discussion. Yeah.
That's same boat. So we talked through the design opportunities. I think I've got the right term earlier. I will try and find them. Number 9 says, provide user facilities north of Sheriffhall Roundabout to enable connection with the proposed development areas. Can you explain to me a bit more about how you see this being met, given that there is no, or I contend there is a lack of connection to proposed development areas east of the railway? Do you think, yeah.
Okay. Well, again, I'd refer you back to the discussions we had earlier about the Midlothian Active Travel Strategy, where we have connected into the existing and proposed facilities on the A7 and indeed on the A6-106 north and south.
But also to the proposed development areas to the east of the railway, which is north of Sheriffhall Roundabout.
Well, they're quite a bit beyond the extent of our scheme.
But the Midlothian Council's active travel strategy has a path in it which would connect the roundabout to those proposed development areas, and it's not entirely obvious to me how that final connection would be done.
It's not clear to anybody because it's an indicative line in a plan, I would suggest, that needs to be considered in the wider context of the Shawfair development. So I personally don't think in that instance there's been an awful lot of thought going into that diagram, other than Sheriffhall has to have a network of active travel facilities, and how that's provided is beyond the scope of our work. But we do know about the existing approach roads that are in existence at the moment, yeah.
And number 4 there says, segregate non-motorised users from motorised users to limit interaction with live traffic. Do you think that is being met by the crossing on a 60-mile-an-hour road, I think, that we discussed earlier?
Well, it has been achieved within the scope of our commission, I think. You made a call that was put in there very specifically to rule out the idea of at-grade crossings. So within the scheme, we have generally got grade-separated, segregated crossings.
So the design opportunity was put in there to prevent at-grade crossings for pedestrians, cyclists.
Across the Sheriffhall junction, yes.
Yeah. I'm not sure why a crossing of Miller Hill Road 300 metres away from the roundabout, where traffic might be going faster, is any more desirable.
Ultimately, when Midlothian strategy is discharged, there won't be anybody on the travelling down the east side of the 6106. They'll all be on the west side.
But people live on the east side of the A6106 and will want to get to the west side of the A6106 so that they can then cycle to Dalkeith. The
people that live adjacent to the 6106 are either on or will be in the future, will either, as I understand it, will either be on the west side of the 6106 or a lot further to the north, either the other side of the roundabout or beyond the next junction. There's nobody who lives directly to the east of the section A6106 that we're talking about.
It's quite clear. Someone coming from Miller Hill by bike wanting to go to Dalkeith will come.
Sorry, are you referring to? Excuse me, are you referring to are we looking at the Midlothian active travel strategy?
I'm just looking at a map, but yeah, that will work, yeah.
Right, hold on to just... Okay.
So they'll come out of Miller Hill, turn left, come to the roundabout on Miller Hill Road, junction with Shropshire Avenue. They could then cycle south on the footpath there, I think, at the moment.
At the moment, they wouldn't cycle on foot because it's not wide enough. No, they would have to be on the road, yeah. But again, that's what I think the strategy is trying to get to, is there would be the corridor, the bi-directional corridor would run along the west verge. One assumes, I mean, it doesn't get into that detail, but that would appear to be what they're looking to achieve. Yeah.
Someone coming from Miller Hill, to get onto that western bi-directional cycleway, would have to cross the A6106.
Yes, yes.
And the safest place, as far as I can tell, for them to do that will be at a control crossing that we've discussed earlier.
Well, no, I disagree. It would be part of the... I mean, at the moment, we've got a strategy that has a few lines in a plan. The detail of how crossings would be provided and how that would work is for the next stage of development. But there could be grade separated crossings as part of that development. We just don't know. But I wouldn't think it would be the crossing that we were referring to earlier as a longer term plan.
And you talked earlier about the A7 urbanisation project and how you had agreed with Midlothian Council to extend the scheme to meet that at the A7 roundabout.
Yes, correct.
That's great. Excellent. Could similar discussions have been done to extend cycleways on the other approach roads, north and south? Or were discussions had and it was turned down?
I'm not sure I understand the question. I mean, that A7 South was proposed to address a very specific proposal that Midlothian Council brought to the table and achieved that very well. There was no similar concrete proposals brought for anything else that I recall.
So Midlothian came to, when they saw the project was going on, they came to the project and said it would be helpful if it came just slightly further south.
It came out of the consultation process, yes.
But nobody from the project suggested that since you're designing cycleways on the A7 North, A6106 at the same time, why don't we just build them slightly further, and that would be a more cost-effective option?
I think we did a pretty decent job of tying into what was there at the moment, both what was in existence and what was a concrete plan, yes.
I think I'm done.
If I could take the opportunity just in the back of what we discussed there as well, I would, if that's okay, I would go back to the design opportunities, and I would note that the very specific opportunities, items 6, 7 and 8, specifically mentioned A7 North, A6 106 Old Dalkeith Road and A7 South. Interestingly, A6 106 North wasn't included, and I think that was very much because the design lines at the time were considered to be A7 North, Old Dalkeith Road and A7 South, so it wasn't featured as a particular objective of the stakeholders at the time.
My memory is I was confused at it being left out, but I don't know if I actually said that out loud, which would be unfortunate.
Okay. But it never made it to the notes anyway.
I don't know if Mr. French wants to discuss collisions at the junction. Would it be appropriate at this stage? I mean, I can ask a few questions.
I was assuming that was for Mr. Elliott later. Is that not correct?
It depends on the nature of the discussion. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah.
If I can't answer the question, I'll say that. But
Yes. You kindly sent us a sort of schedule of accidents along the A720, and the Sheriffhall junction, the present junction, was no worse or better, in fact better than some of the junctions and no worse than others. And yet you're saying that there's going to be road safety benefits coming out of the scheme. Could you elaborate on that, please?
I could answer on the principle of why that's the case. The actual details of the monetised benefits on that, I would defer to Mr. Elliott. But
no, I realise that you monetise it and that there's benefits from traffic safety, but I'm just getting at the general number of accidents at the junctions, at that junction, and where I'm coming from is that it's no worse or better than any other junction along the A720.
I haven't done an assessment of that, but as a general principle, the removal of the conflicts between strategic and local traffic will inevitably be more safe than them all having to pass through a junction. That's the basic principle of it. Yeah.
But the roundabout's a lot larger than the present roundabout, and traffic will be going faster round the larger roundabout.
But 75% of the traffic that's currently going through it won't go through it in broad terms.
But that's what I'm trying to say, that it means that the traffic that does go through it goes through it at speed. The roundabout section of it I'm talking about.
No, I don't accept that, no.
No, okay. You provided us with the data. The vast majority of accidents at Sheriffhall were classed as slight. I mean, I didn't work out a percentage, but it must have been 95%, something like that. In other words, I think in my evidence I called them prangs rather than serious accidents. So isn't that just isn't just that par for the course of you drive a car, you might have a prang now and again?
Well, I think we'd all prefer to avoid them if we could. I don't know what
Sorry, the point I'm making is that the Sheriffhall junction, that all these the accidents at the junction tend to be slight. Well, that's the grading you use, slight, or I can't remember, but and then there's deaths, and I think there's been one, but I think it was on the actual carriageway up towards Miller Hill. It's all, I presume, maybe a bit of whiplash here and there, but it's not as if it's a black spot by any means.
No, and I don't think we're arguing there is. I don't think anybody's ever said it's an accident black spot.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Can I just very quickly. You said, in principle, separating local and strategic traffic will reduce number of accidents, collisions?
Generally, accidents happen when you've got conflict points, and the more you can remove them, the safer it becomes. As a general principle, I think you would accept that. Yeah.
A general principle would also be that faster moving traffic is, one, more likely to result in a collision, and two, more likely to result in a more serious collision.
Again, it's straying a little bit beyond my remit, but generally the safest roads are motorways, which are the fastest roads, so no, that doesn't follow, no.
I'm particularly thinking of the slip roads where they join the dual carriageway, though.
Provided they're designed to a suitable standard, they're no more unsafe than any other part of a road. I'm not quite sure what you're driving.
Basically, if I look at a map of the collisions on the bypass, most of them are at the slip roads around, for example, at Straighton Junction. My worry is that a grade-separated Sheriffhall Junction will lead to more and more serious collisions at where the slip roads meet the A720. Is that fair?
I couldn't possibly comment on that, no.
But just adding on to that, I think you've accepted that a slip road joining a dual carriageway is a point of conflict.
Yes.
So the new slip roads joining the dual carriageway would be a point of conflict.
Yes, I guess there would be, yeah.
Sorry. I realise I shouldn't ask questions I don't know the answer to, but will there be more conflict points in the grade-separated junction than in the current junction? I'm counting them, and we can count together, probably.
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head, but it's not just the number of conflict points, it's the volume of traffic that passes through them as well.
I suppose a point of principle on the back of that, there are more exits on and off the enlarged roundabout, which would seem to suggest there's more points of conflict for people entering the roundabout and coming off the roundabout than there are currently.
Numbers that are using the slip roads are relatively low compared to the numbers that are using A720, for example, that pass through the junction.
I get that, but in principle there's still more points of conflict, and most of those points would be unsignalised, whereas now the entry and exit off the roundabout are signalised.
Yes, that's correct, yeah. I mean, adequately designed slip road diverges and merges work perfectly safely, perfectly well.
I'm not disputing that, but I'm just saying, as on face value,
yes,
you could suggest there's more points of conflict and it's not signalised, so there could be more conflict because there's nothing to control. You're going for driver judgment as opposed to rather than controlled entry onto the roundabout.
I honestly wouldn't like to comment, to be honest. I haven't counted up the number of potential conflict points. It's so different. I haven't really looked at that, to be quite honest.
Sorry, Mr. French, do you have any further questions you want to ask?
No, thank you.
Okay, my questions may also be slightly random, but I'll try and corral them around themes, but may take a bit of time just to make sure my questions are answered. Can we deal with costs first? I'll get DMRB3. Okay, so earlier you went through, I think it's 3.5 of DMRB3, and you explained the process you went through, which is very clear. And you explained the different elements, the Series 100, Series 200 elements that build up the total cost. And you said there's a risk allowance. And I just wondered, how do you price the risk? Is there guidance on how you put a value to that risk? Do you add values to a risk register? Just a bit more about how you do that.
Yeah. So generally it's done through like a lot of these things. It's ultimately done through a sort of workshop process where a variety of discipline specialists, if you like, come together, and you start off by they identify risks for whether they're geotechnical or structural or whatever they may be. We then assign a sort of cost and a probability to that, and then look at that in the round to come up with a final number. If that's not too simplistic a way of describing it, it's but it's based on a sort of risk, a priced and probabilised risk register.
And would you generally expect that number to go up or go down as you're going through a scheme development?
That's a good question. The theory is that the optimism bias gets turned into a risk allowance. So I think the theory is that as you get better certainty over what the risks are, that goes up and the optimism bias goes down. Is my memory of how it works.
So if it's better certainty, risk goes up and optimism bias goes down?
Yeah, because optimism bias is for, we're getting into known unknowns and all this stuff, but yeah, the optimism bias is to cover your lack of, knowledge of the scheme, whereas the more you know about it, the better you can define the risks. Because even up, you're always going to have risks. It's inevitable in construction. So as you get a better understanding, that goes up and the optimism bias goes down. I think it's how it works now.
So in DMRB3, the table, so your table 3.4, which is your cost estimate summary, which of those items would include the NMU provision?
It's an integral part of the scheme, so it's throughout it, but probably the biggest cost, the biggest ticket item would be the structures and the cost of the underpasses, and that's included under Series 2500 structures. There's other costs associated with it in terms of drainage and road pavements and earthworks, but probably the biggest ticket item would be the subways, which is Series 2500.
And I noticed from the NMU workshop minutes, and please go to them and correct me if I picked this up wrong, that the cost of the NMU provision increased from around 2.3 million at stage 2 to around 7 million at stage 3.
I wouldn't like to quote numbers, but certainly the costs were up quite significantly. Yeah.
And why was that?
Because of the high quality provision that we were making in terms of the subways and the extent of the subways and the general quality of what was being provided as well. So one of the things, for example, that came out of the workshop was the need for visibility through subways and that thing. So they ended up, I think it's a 9 metre wide cross section, as against I think a 3 metre wide might be quite a narrow subway, but they were widened out and made bigger to meet the aspirations, which all added to the cost.
And assume if you make them higher, do you have to dig deeper? That sounds a bit of a silly question.
In principle, yes.
So the earthworks you've got in this table, does that include mine workings and mine treatments, grouting, things like that?
Yes, they're all included in that item, yeah. As described, what's included is, well, section 3518 to 3522 goes into it in some detail, but yes, the allowance for dealing with mine workings is in that series, series 600, yes.
What were there additional surveys carried out between DMRB2 and DMRB3 to assess ground conditions, mining risk, and the amount of work that would be required?
Yes, again, that's an example of getting more and more information about the scheme as it goes. I would add something to that, if I may. I think we spoke about it earlier, but there is proposal to do well. There's a discussion to be had about supplementary GI, because a lot of the issues we had with the earthworks costing is the lack of records as to what was done when the original bypass was identified. So, for example, some of the earlier drawings identified old mine entries that were known to be there under the footprint of the road, but there's no evidence that they were actually treated. Therefore, we've taken a conservative approach and assumed that in the absence of evidence that they have been treated, that we will have to treat them. But until we get out there and expose them, we won't know. But it's likely they were. But in a responsible way, we've allowed for the worst case, if you like.
So that being an example of a prudent cost estimate in your budget, if, for example, you go out and do more supplementary GI work and the extent of the work required is wider and you don't know that you actually haven't done the work yet, that cost could go up.
It could, yes, which is where the risk allowance comes in. So there will be, I don't have them to hand, but again, there'll be items in the risk allowance about that very thing, yeah.
Road pavements, does that include footpaths, cycleways, the NME provision, or is that separate?
The curbs, footways and paved areas. So road pavements is the full depth road construction. The pavements and footways and things are covered under Series 1100. Yeah. So relatively modest in cost compared to the carriageway pavements, as you'd appreciate. Yeah.
Does the land and property cost include an allowance for accommodation works?
No. I think we have got an allowance for accommodation works. I think it's possible. I don't know if it mentions it, 2,700. But no, the DV costs are purely the cost of purchasing the land and any sort of compensation costs, that sort of thing. The scope of it's set out under 3526. We've got assumed rates for heritable value of land, disturbance agents, fee, severance and injurious affection, contingency value and a DV allowance. So no, they don't include accommodation works. There is actually very little accommodation works in this project as an overall scheme of things. A lot of the stuff that you might consider accommodation works are a sort of fundamental part of the scheme.
And for the earthworks, does that include taking spoil, whatever it is, off-site and disposing of it, like landfill taxes?
Yes, it does.
Under Series 3000, it's landscape and ecology. It's a nice round number of $500,000. I just wondered, is that based on spawns or is it costed against what the mitigation is in the ES?
The latter. it's it's not as detailed. I have to be honest, it's not as detailed as an estimate of some other things. It's an allowance for the general proposals that are included in the ES. Yeah.
Just thinking about the structure and the ground conditions, I suppose, for all the structures, including the NMUs. Now, DMRB2, I think, suggested that because of the ground conditions and potential movement, then there need to be a high degree of redundancy in the structures and flexibility. So I just wondered if your cost here for structures was based on comparables, and if so, whether that was prudent, given these may not be comparable structures because of the ground conditions.
The structures costs at stage 3 were based on some well-developed structural proposals. There's actually some fairly well-developed general arrangements for the main A720 bridges in the stage 3 report, and that was what was used for the basis of the cost estimate. I'm not sure that answers your question, but that was based on a developed design that addressed the specific ground conditions of the area.
So will these be typical structures, or are they more bespoke to what's here?
They're fairly standard structures. There's nothing. They're bespoke in the same way as every bridge is bespoke, but there's nothing unusual about them. No.
And is that a risk given the ground conditions?
No, the proposal was that they'll be piled down to the underlying rock, so that's actually the dealing with the structures is actually relatively straightforward compared to some of the other items.
Even though there's a fault line?
I think I would say there's one sort of area, perhaps maybe a little bit confusing in this, about why the scheme wasn't built 6-grade separation back in the day, and understanding as best you could determine, it was the fact at that time there was still active mine workings. That's no longer the case, so nobody's going to be going digging a mine under Sheriffhall anytime soon, whereas back in the day there was still that risk. That was the principal reason, not the presence of the fault.
At DMRB, you had an allowance for ancillaries, but there's nothing in DMRB3. I just wondered why.
Things you would, at that earlier stage, you would cover under a more general. I'll be honest, that I need to go back and look at what was in the stage 2 report, to be honest. If you want to, I could do that.
It might be helpful because it is in the stage 2 report. It's 4 million.
Could you give me the reference, please?
Yeah, I think it's CD 001.009.001.
Have you got the specific section?
It's 3.7.13. It's page 27, if that helps.
So that was CD?
CD 001.007.001. And there's a table on page 27.
Yeah, just 3713 ancillaries, yeah.
And I also noticed in there is accommodation works of £1 million.
Yes. Again, it's to do with the level of detail you go into and cost estimates at different stages. The cost estimates at stage 2 are based on a much less developed design. And ancillaries would cover everything that isn't pavement and earthworks very, very simplistically. Drainage and safety fencing and that sort of thing. So it's a much higher level estimate that you would do at stage 2 compared to what you would do at stage 3. And again, because it's serving a different function as well. And again, if I could add that, you mentioned about accommodation, what's been a percentage. Similar, the statutory undertakers would just allow a percentage in that stage because we haven't got the details of the what the diversions might look like and you know, costed estimates from the undertakers. We get that in more detail at the next stage. But the important thing here is that they're all, you know, considered on an equivalent basis, if you like. Yeah.
So between DMRB2 and DMRB3, you get your C3 estimates from the statutory utilities?
Correct, yeah.
So between DMRB2 and 3, do you refine the land take?
Yes, absolutely, yeah. I keep repeating it, but generally the whole sort of scheme development process is a process of more detail and more certainty, and similarly that's probably one of the key deliverables at stage 3 is ensuring that you've got sufficient land take to actually construct the scheme, which is less an issue at stage 2.
I suppose taking that onto preparation, I think DMRB preparation was 9% at DMRB2 and then it drops to 6%. Is that again a factor of where you are in the process?
Sorry, what dropped from 9% to 6%?
Preparation costs, so it's 9% in DMRB2 and then in DMRB3 it's 6%.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not entirely sure that I know the answer to that, but I think that that you use the higher figure at the earlier stage because you've got more prep work to do at that stage. I'm not sure if that's explained elsewhere. So sorry. Yeah, I mean, it's what was the applicable figure at that stage. Yeah.
And does that figure come from DMRB guidance, or is it up to professional judgment?
No, it's DMRB or Treasury guidance. Yeah. Similarly, the economic assessment used standard default sort of values for these, so the two are aligned.
And you were asked before about optimism bias, and you said there's standard guidance and figures that you would use and apply at different stages of the project. Could you use professional judgment and change those if you felt it was reasonable given where the scheme was, or specific conditions of the scheme, or specific risks, I suppose?
There's no reason why you couldn't, but at the same time, there's no reason why you should, if you know what I mean. Yeah.
Is VAT payable in the scheme?
Anyway, I don't think we've done the VAT assessment. It depends whether you're in or out of the existing road corridor, so it's not something we've particularly assessed at the moment.
So it might be payable or it might not be payable. We just don't know.
It'll be a bit of both. some elements that will be payable and some it won't, I think is the situation. I can't remember the rules, but there's very complex rules about what you charge VAT and what you don't. I can't remember the details of it, but I think some will have VAT and some won't. Yeah.
Fees. Sorry.
I know VAT is complex because it does depend on elements. Okay, but some may. When you go and do the next cost update at the point of procurement, if the orders are made, how would you index them at that point?
You would do a similar cost estimate to what we've done previously, but based on current present day rates at that time. You would do the same sort of exercise, but just use the most recent information that was available. You would do it differently. You would just do it with contemporary data.
And I think you said previously you indexed against retail price indexes. Would you not index against construction price indexes?
Again, I can't honestly remember why we chose that for the sort of 6-month period that we're talking about. I can't honestly remember, to be honest, but the indexation's probably more pertinent to Mr Elliott's work, I would suggest. I think the indexation we were talking about was for like 6 months. I think it was Q2 to Q4 2018, so it was a relatively modest part of the overall sum.
I suppose, is it fair to say the costs are only as robust as the assumptions you've made at this point?
Yes, I think that's fair. Yeah.
And if you were asked about percentage certainty in the cost at this point in time, what would you say about that?
I would say the outturn cost is leaving aside. I mean, inflation's a difficult thing, and my colleague Mr Elliott can talk about it, but I would say generally outturn costs are less than what we would our estimates would be at this stage, just because of the very nature of the way they're done and the way that schemes are ultimately procured.
And is that your experience in other road projects where the outturn cost has been less than your DMRB3 estimate?
It's very difficult to compare apples with apples, but as a general rule of thumb, these are procured as design and builds, lump sum design and builds, and our estimates are based on very conservative assumptions. Whereas once these things are procured in a market, a competitive market, then there's every incentive for the contractor to reduce costs from what we assume in our cost estimates. So yes, generally, you would hope we would be a conservative figure we'd have derived.
But is it fair to say there's also been experience where maybe contractors come in and do competitively tender, but the outturn cost, as in the actual cost paid at the end of the project, is nowhere near what the cost was in the contract?
That can happen as well, yes. I think it's fair to say generally Transport Scotland have quite a good record in this, yeah.
You'll have a chance to give your evidence. I'm going to ask you a question, and maybe you can't answer it, and it's okay if you can't. But given, if you go through the development from Stag 1, DMRB 2 and this scheme, the cost of the scheme have increased. And I just wonder if you went back, do you think this scheme would still perform better than the other options you looked at?
Yes, I do, because the the sort of things that have added to the cost would probably would have been common to them all. I think, yeah. I think the comparison we did between the options at early stage totally stands up. Yeah. Just to supplement, I'm trying to think back the reasons why some of the earlier schemes were discounted, but it wasn't necessarily cost. It was a lot of them they just didn't work essentially, so they were quite easily ruled themselves out. Particularly some of the very early options.
So I'm just going to see if I've covered all my cost questions, and I'll move on to something else. So, questions on BCR for Mr. Elliott? Yes. And question on wider benefits would be for Ms. McClelland, is that right?
Yes, please.
Right, we'll go into NMU provision now, okay. Next cost. It's maybe worth getting the DMRB Stage 3 non-motorised user options assessment report. I'll try and find the reference number. DMRB Stage 3 non-motorised user options assessment report. Let's have a look. Yes, that's the one. Sorry, what did you say the reference was?
001.014.
Okay, yeah, that's... It's maybe we're supposed looking at... it's non-motorised user options assessment report, existing cycling facilities.
Section 2.3 or?
It's Appendix A drawings, so it'll be...
Okay, page 47.
Now, you said that I think the overarching inquiry report says that currently there's a very low number of non-motorised users, so I think it's less than 20 a day currently. Now, I can appreciate that partly that is the environment at Sheriffhall, because I'm not sure I'd want to try and cross or cycle over the A720. And we saw that in the site visits, the speed of some of the vehicles coming around the roads. But I just wonder if also it's the fact that there's actually quite a lot of provision. If you look at that map I drew you to, which
Apologies,
shows...
I'm still trying to find it.
Oh, sorry, yeah, you get that.
Page 61 of the PDF.
61. Sorry, it's a big PDF, isn't it? Okay, yeah, I've got it, yeah.
You can see there's different colouring, but it shows, I suppose, National Link Route 1, where it comes and where it crosses.
Sorry, ma'am, I think we are all looking at something different.
What drawing number is it?
Um,
It's SK094, which is, it's sheet, oh, where's it going? It's sheet 49, I think, is it?
63.
I'm not getting the numbers coming up, but it's SK094, revision A, isn't it?
It's 63 of the PDF, if that helps.
Yeah, for some reason my PDF number's not coming up, but it is SK094, yeah? Yes. Yes, okay, with you.
Okay, and really the point was to show that, I suppose, or to look that there's actually quite a lot of cycle provision where the two National Link Route 1s can join and go over Gilmerton. Which might explain why a lot of users aren't trying to get over Sheriffhall.
As I say, I said earlier, we haven't carried out any user surveys as to individual cyclists why they may or may not be using it. There was just a general understanding that the barrier just prevented people from getting anywhere near Sheriffhall.
So at the start of the project, you carried out, I think you said earlier, some surveys of existing usage. And was that counts? You stand around about and count the number of bikes or people? Yeah, okay. And then you did the consultation. Generally that consultation was with local authorities and I suppose active travel groups, so spokes, horse riding, but no members of the public. Is that fair?
There was consultation with members of the general public in terms of the end of stage 2, did you suggest? Yeah, as there was a stage 2 public exhibition, and there was some feedback as a result of that.
But there was no targeted consultation with users of active travel on what they would like to see?
Not at that stage, no. No.
And I suppose I just wonder if people have got current routes that serve them quite well, what is going to make them use this roundabout on day one?
I think I don't think it's just current users. I think it's people that are that may look to use active travel, but instead, because of the circumstances, go in their car instead. That there may be it's a bit modal shift as well. That would be hopefully part of it as well by making it an easier cycling route. You might encourage people to get out their car and get on their bike.
But to encourage people to get out their car onto their bike, you're going to have to make it very easy and very convenient. Given the fact the roundabout's now going to be free-flowing, no problem getting across it. So to get someone out of their car in that situation, are the benefits of the active travel undermined because of the lack of connection from the different areas to this step change in provision?
I wouldn't. I think we've used the words enabler. This is one element of a wider active travel strategy to encourage that modal shift. It's not going to provide the solution in its own right, but it's a pretty major step in that direction. It's all the words we've used. It's an enabler. It's a step change. It's you can't judge it on the basis of existing usage because it's just so different.
And how have you assessed what the future usage might be?
We haven't. This is a short answer.
I think I read somewhere, and it might be the overarching inquiry report, there was an estimate of up to 300 users. I don't know if that was per hour or per day.
No, that was the capacity. That wasn't a prediction. That was the capacity that the 3 metre wide shared space could accommodate is up to 300. So if we achieve 300 cyclists an hour, I think we'd be pretty happy. Yeah.
So there's no assessment of the numbers who are likely to use this. And have you done any assessment of what this could do to the modal shift? Has there been any kind of assessment of what the kind of ramifications of providing this would be?
Not specifically as part of the work we've done, no.
And I guess, therefore, how do you know there's a benefit from it? You don't know who's going to use it. You don't know the modal shift. So I'm just wondering, how do you quantify that? Not quantify, but I suppose qualify that softer benefit and add it into a benefit-cost ratio. I'm just wondering how you do that.
It doesn't become part of the benefit-cost ratio. No, that's not been part of that. But it is. I think it's what the whole WCAR process is about. Is how that supports sort of wider active travel aspirations. So you're not just doing it in one thing in isolation. You're looking at how it supports wider initiatives, and I think the whole process is about that and accommodating the various stakeholders. I mean, it's aspirations. We keep coming back to the word aspirational. A lot of this stuff is aspirational rather than based on existing numbers. That's just the nature of it. But we haven't done any sort of cost-benefit analysis of it, if that's what you're asking, of specifically of the active travel use.
And if there aren't the connections there, is there a risk it becomes a bit of a white elephant?
I think it's a bit chicken and egg, really. I really one follows from the other. If you don't do one, the other doesn't follow. So I don't see it being a white elephant. No, I think it does provide a step change. Even with the existing facilities, it would still make it more attractive than it currently is. I think we could all agree on that.
Why was the current provision only really developed at stage 3?
Again, I think you have to understand the differences between the different stages. It was considered as part of the stage 2, but only in as much as the grade separation provided the big benefit. The stage 2 is very much about consideration of competing options, and how they supported active travel was one part of that consideration. But the actual detailed proposals were only carried out in stage 3. So active travel was a factor in consideration of all the options, but not to the same level of detail as we did at stage 3.
Just think about evolution. When did it become apparent that this would be incorporated into the city deal?
Honestly, can't recall. I'm not sure where I would find that. It was relative in terms of our involvement. It was relatively well into the process. I'm not sure where that would be. So the city deal, the Edinburgh City deal, was signed in July 2017, and this had been a scheme from the STPR2 back in 2008, so there was quite a gap between the scheme being identified and being included in the city deal. Yeah.
And I suppose the original objectives, and maybe this is one for Mr. McLaren, but the original objectives weren't informed by the city deal. There were standalone objectives of the scheme, and then you've done that assessment to see how they align.
That's correct, yes.
And Mr. Walker asked yesterday about if you'd be able to break down the benefits, so between PT, active travel and cars. And I think Mr. Walker suggested, is it 33, 33, 33? Can you put a figure on it?
I wouldn't care to be so bold. No, I don't think I could. No.
Even if you can't put a figure on it, do you think people in cars benefit more?
No, they all benefit equally from it. Yeah.
So would that be 33, 33, 33?
You need to define the share. I mean, there may be. It's a totally impossible question. The 2,000 bike users would have as much benefit from it as the 20,000 car users. So in that sense, yes, it is 33, 33. But you need to define.
But based on a different number of users.
Yes, based on all users would I think equally get benefits from it, but the volume of users is different for each. Therefore, it's a difficult thing to put a number to. Yeah.
There were questions yesterday, and it might not be for you, and that's absolutely fine. It might be for Ms McClelland actually to explain it in more detail. But I just wondered if you could say a bit more about how you as a team develop a scheme to ensure that it complies with legislation and it's complying and aligned with policy. And if it's not for you, that's fine. I can ask it later. I'm just asking if you just say a bit about how you as a project team develop a scheme to ensure that it complies with legislation, but it aligns or is compatible as it can be with policy. And maybe that's from Ms McClelland, and I don't mind if it is. It just
I think it's
we touched on the in the context of the climate change and being compliant with climate legislation and looking at policies in balance. Yeah. So it was just to kind of explore that in a bit more as to how you do that. But if that's not for you, I can ask another witness.
Well, complying with legislation is obviously always going to be something you do, but I mean, very much the development of the scheme is based on addressing the objectives, I would say, is the thing that we keep going back to. But I'd defer to Ms McClelland on that one, I think. Yeah.
I know you've got the objectives for the scheme. The ES, I think, says at the very start that there's going to be a 40% increase in traffic. Have you designed a scheme to take account of that traffic growth?
That's a big question in itself that I would suggest Mr. Elliott's better to answer, but the 40% number is a hangover from the original brief from 10 years ago. We've long gone beyond that and looking at the specifics. But Mr. Elliott can tell you a lot more about that.
Okay, that's from a traffic modelling perspective. From a design perspective, can the roundabout take more, the junction take more traffic than is currently using it? Pure design, forget modelling, just from an engineering perspective.
Yes, it can. Yes, I guess it can. Yeah, as a junction, and in its own right as a standalone, yeah, it's a more efficient. You're taking a lot of traffic away from having to pass through the junction. So yes, in principle, yes, that's correct.
Okay, I was going to ask about how the slip roads work and the operation along the slip roads. So 50% of traffic is going to come off the A720 and still use the roundabout.
Rather than talking about percentage, I mean, the slip road design is based on a set of slip road merge and diverge arrangements, I should say. Well, any sort of road design is based upon a number of standards, and there's a standard that determines the layout of the merge and diverge based on the volume of traffic entering the main road and the volume of traffic on the main road. And there's a very simple, you've got 3,000 coming on, 20,000 on the main carriageway. It becomes, layout A. It's 5,000, 10,000. It's layout B. It comes from standards. Yeah. So based on the traffic numbers that come from the traffic modelling, because it doesn't exist. It has to be based on a model because
Okay, no, I get that. And I get there's standards that kind of make sense. It's based on volumes. From a layman's perspective, I touched on this yesterday. So I've had that experience where you're travelling along, you get through Sheriffhall, and then you stop because of the slip road at Gilmerton, and you trickle along, and again straighten, and again Lothian Burn.
Yeah.
So I suppose, first of all, the slip roads coming onto the A720, how do you know they're long enough and not backing up to the roundabout, which would then impact the I suppose, efficiency of the roundabout? And then, if all this traffic's backing up and there's not that natural break at Sheriffhall because you don't have a roundabout, how do you know the carriageway and the off-slip to get onto that roundabout is long enough for queuing traffic?
Okay. Well, in terms of adjacent junctions and things, they're existing junctions. So the very clever traffic modelling that the traffic colleagues did model exactly what exists for the adjacent junctions. So it models the exact layout of the slip road merges and diverges, and we do simulation modelling. I mean, Mr. Elliott can speak much more authoritatively to it, but we model the actual existing conditions beyond the junction, if that makes sense.
So you model it being gridlock from
we model the
east
model
of
what
Gilmerton onwards.
The simulate what actually happens out on the existing road network. Yeah.
And then you based your slip road design on the modelling outputs effectively?
Correct, yes.
So if there's a flaw in the modelling, it could have an impact on your design?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
That's okay, I'm sure Mr. Elliott will set me right.
We're getting a bit beyond the scope of this, but we've found some interesting things about some of the causes of some of the congestion along the A720, and that very thing is a cause of some of the congestion. Yeah? But again, that's beyond our. We'd love to fix some of these things, but unfortunately, it's a bit beyond our scope. Yeah.
Maybe it's not a question for you, but Ms. Beamsing indicated yesterday the scheme is kind of all or nothing. You couldn't split out the NME provision. You either provide everything or you do nothing. Is that your view? Or maybe it's not for you because you're not actually delivering it.
That's correct, yeah.
You did an active travel review after the orders were published, and I wondered why it was done after the orders were published and not before.
Well, the review was of the proposals that were included in the stage 3, yeah, and that was at the request of, I think, at the request of some of the City Deal stakeholders to be reassured that we had maximised the benefits of the scheme for active travel and public transport, and that was why it was done. I think the outcome of the review was that there was general acceptance that we had within the, within the scope of the scheme. We had maximised the benefits with the current proposals.
But had it not come out to say that, there would probably be nothing you could have done because the land was fixed at that point. Is that fair?
Well, we had to work within the constraints of the orders, yes. It didn't mean there wasn't things we could do, but that acted as a... That was one of the givens of the review, that it had to be within the orders that had been published, yeah. And everybody accepted that, yeah. And as a supplement to that, I personally don't think we would have done anything differently even without these constraints, yeah.
I picked up from CD1 001.20, which is the notes from the consultation at NMU, that all the stakeholders wanted all 4 arms to be linked.
Without specifics, that's what we've provided. We have provided links to all 4 arms.
In your precognition, at 4.5, which is about how you collaborated on the scheme. You say the proposal was agreed with the vast majority of stakeholders. Off the top of your head, which stakeholders didn't agree?
Spokes, I think, were the main objectors. Mr. Fraser, correct me, but I think it was mainly spokes.
That is my memory as well, yes.
Now, you've mentioned if some of the reasons why there isn't a footpath on the east and a subway at that point, because you're saying, I think it's a gravity thing, and there would be drainage issues. Is there sufficient land take to do that?
The layout in that particular quadrant of the scheme. So, in terms of the fact that we've bought a lot of additional land there to deal with the suds ponds and things, yeah, you probably could, yeah.
I think you've answered this before, just to confirm, there's no bus priority measures included, is there?
No, there isn't. No. There's also very good reasons for that. I don't know if you want me to expand on it, but there is very good reasons for that. But no, there isn't any.
I just want to double check. You do, I think, in the active trial review, explain why some things were discounted.
Yes.
For bus priority. So I just want to make sure that my understanding was correct. I just want to touch on the SUDS ponds and development, because it comes up in relation to an objection, and I just want to understand just a quick summary. On the face of it, it looks like there's quite a lot of SUDS ponds, and I know from other schemes that I've driven past that there's big SUDS ponds which never seem to have anything in them. Now, I know you need to take a precautionary approach, and you don't want road flooding, but I just wonder if you can just explain a wee bit as to why there are the SUDS ponds where there are, and why there's that many. Or even point me to, explanations and documents where I can get the story with a bit of something you might want to add today, just so I can understand the number.
Okay. There's a lot of detail in section 4.7 of the stage 3 DMRB that explains what the various catchments do and how the thing was done. But in simple terms, there was the number of ponds and the size of the ponds was derived through the best fit with the particular circumstances. So given the volume of runoff, the area of hard surface, what have you, there's a requirement to accommodate a certain volume of runoff, and in advance of particular outfalls. So it was, through auctioneering and stuff, it was decided rather than having one big pond at one point, it was better distributed around the areas that they are at the moment. So there's certain fairly obvious places to have ponds. There's no one place that you could have one big pond that would serve the whole junction. So it was sort of distributed round the junction, determined by different catchments and where the catchments had the low point. And it was very much a bespoke solution to the circumstances of the junction, if that makes sense. But all based on volumes of runoff. Yeah.
Right. Thinking about the A720 and that tie in at the north, can you give me an example where there is a crossing point on a 60-mile-per-hour road?
The schemes I know, I'm trying to think, a scheme I was involved in earlier, A720 down in Ayrshire, there's a number of uncontrolled crossing points there that's actually was designed to be a 60-mile-an-hour road. There's a 50-mile-an-hour speed limit in the moment, but there is a number of, and that's a dual carriageway, there's a number of uncontrolled crossings there. And I'm sure there's other examples, I don't know them off the top of my head, but that's one that does spring to mind from the scheme I've been involved in previously.
Okay, so I think your view would be, from your early evidence, it's not ideal, but it's doable.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, It could be you could put in a what do you call it, a pelican crossing or something like that if you were so minded, or it could be an informal uncontrolled crossing. That's the sort of optioneering that would need to be done. But again, it depends on usage and aspirations and what have you. But there are different ways to skin a cat. Yeah.
And going back to objective 1, a lot of your evidence benefits in the junction. We've said there's congestion, particularly to the west of the roundabout. Do you still think the scheme achieves the first objective to deal with congestion on the bypass between Old Craig Hall and Gilmerton?
Yes, in terms of the objective, as it's mind of it, in terms of the objective was written to be very specific about what it was doing, and yes, it does do that. Yes.
And how does it sort the congestion between the roundabout and Gilmerton?
It's not designed to sort out congestion at the Gilmerton junction. I would encourage you to ask Mr. Elliott similar questions as well, because you have a better understanding of the operation of the junctions after. But yeah.
Okay, we're probably glad to hear I don't have any more questions for you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Milne may want to re-examine you. I'm not sure.
Just one or 2 points, Mr. Hutchison. In terms of the evidence you gave about future-proofing the structures and the discussion around a third lane, when you were referring to future-proofing, was that more than just about private vehicles?
Absolutely, it was. In fact, when I think about it, one of the drivers for that decision was at the time the possibility of an Edinburgh orbital bus route, if I remember rightly, where there may be additional capacity added. It might not necessarily be a third lane for all traffic. It may be a bus lane, for example. So that was part behind the reason for that future proofing.
And does the City of Edinburgh Council have aspirations regarding extension of the tram network?
Yeah, they have aspirations to extend the tram all the way out to Dalkeith via Sheriffhall Junction.
And does a future-proofing come in there as well?
In terms of the future-proofing, it's similar to what I described about the A720. The main potential obstruction to tram would be the bridges. So the bridges have been checked to ensure that they provide adequate headroom for trams, which they do. But anything beyond that would be a bit speculative.
Did you, rather than lead you on that, A7 North, what's the extent of the NMU provision as part of the scheme following discussion with Midlothian Council?
The A7 North, there's a very good plan that shows that, if I could think where that would be. If you wouldn't mind giving me a minute to find the best picture to show that. Sorry. No, if you've got a reference, there is a plan that shows it quite well. I just can't recall where it is.
CD001.007, which is ES volume 3 figure.
Hold on a second, please. So
CD001.007.
001. So 01, yeah, the volume 3 figures, yeah, okay. And could you tell me the figure number that shows that?
Looking for the PDF number. That's not the one, that's the way he was looking.
I'm not sure there is one in there, actually. Hold on.
Page 53.
Oh, 53. What's the figure number, please?
14.1.
Old Travers baseline, yeah. Yes, that shows it. That shows it quite well. I think also, I suspect it's described in the Stage 3 report. If we could just refer to that as well.
And while you're looking that out, the question is really how far have you taken the provision and why? And that's related to the questions about linking in with existing networks.
Yeah. Okay, so on the A7 North, I'm trying to see what the key shows in this drawing, but very simplistically, the southbound traffic on the A7 North, the active travel facility has been extended right to the north of the. I'm not sure what you call the settlement there, but there's a number of houses just to the north of the scheme there, so it's extended beyond the coloured tie-in our plan to much further towards the park and ride, albeit with a reduced standard. And then similarly on the northbound side, it ties into, I think if I remember rightly, a non-carriageway cycleway that way.
Yeah, and on the drawing to which I referred you, can we see a core path marked?
Oh, sorry, I thought we were talking about. It connects into the core path, doesn't it? I'm trying to see the key. The core path is the blue dash line, is it? Yeah. So I mean, the core path is extended. I think driving to the question, the core paths are extended, are accommodated through the extent of the junction, yeah. Yep. Which is, I think, what the blue dash line and the Edinburgh Council side of it, and the sort of purple one to the south. So the core path is extended through to the northern limits of the scheme. So, in fact, the core path 4.8 is what we're driving at here. I realise, yeah. Yeah. So if you see where it says Camp End, there's a core path that goes offline there. So yes, so we tie into that in terms of the core path here. But there is also facilities, if I remember rightly, that carry on up the 7 as well beyond that.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchison. That is no more questions from me.
Thank you, Ms Hutchison, for your evidence. That's 1:45, so I think we should break now. Convenient time to break. And we'll come back 1:45, and it'll be Ms McClelland who'll be giving your evidence at that point. Okay, thank you. Questions, procedural matters come up during the lunch break at all? No. Okay, Mr Millen, you can continue.
Thank you, ma'am. The next witness for the promoter is Mrs Owe McClelland, and Ms McClelland is going to speak to planning policy and also to environmental impact assessment. Ms McClelland, would you like to please read the introduction and conclusion to your summary recognition?
My name is Zoe McClelland and I'm an Associate Director with ACOM, where I've been employed since November 2013. I have over 15 years' experience of preparing environmental impact assessment and planning assessments for major infrastructure projects and development proposals, including a considerable number of trunk road schemes, and I refer to my curriculum vitae. I am the EIA coordinator for the A720 Sheriffhall Roundabout project, and I have been involved since 2013. I was responsible for coordinating a team of environmental specialists that iteratively assessed and refined the preferred design manual for roads and bridges Stage 2 design, undertook EIA and prepared the environmental statement. The evidence I shall present relates to the EIA as set out in Chapter 8 of the overarching issues report, which I adopt as my evidence. I shall also address the compliance of the proposed scheme with planning policy insofar as my expertise as a planning and environmental witness is appropriate, and I adopt those parts of Chapters 3, 5 and 8 of the OIR which relate to the scope of my evidence set out above. In conclusion, my recognition, the evidence I have provided to the inquiry has been prepared in accordance with the guidance of my professional institution, and I confirm that the opinions expressed are my true and professional opinion. I have demonstrated that the EIA has been undertaken in accordance with the EIA regulations and in line with DMRB guidance, and that objections have been appropriately addressed. The proposed scheme is a key infrastructure requirement identified across a range of planning documents that is required to facilitate development, provide wider benefits and address severe congestion that is the first step in a coordinated effort to provide active travel at the proposed scheme level that will benefit the growing population of the south east of Edinburgh. I consider that the objections made about the EIA and matters relating to the planning policy have been appropriately addressed.
Thank you. Now, just picking up on a few points which were put to Ms Beam Singh, on which I would appreciate your views. There was discussion around the city-region deal and the big moves, and whether the big moves are dependent on the scheme. We looked at the core plan, and it was pointed out that some of the big moves are remote from the Sheriffhall Roundabout. Can I please ask you to comment on that proposition, that the city deal big moves are dependent on the scheme?
No, I don't believe any of them are directly dependent in terms of providing direct physical access to those developments. What I do believe is that Sheriffhall upgrade is part of a wider regional strategy that is needed to provide access cross-regionally across the city, east to west as well as north to south, and from those regions outside. And I think that it supports not only those city deal developments, but an awful lot of wider economic development that is also proposed across the region.
In terms of wider economic development across the region, do you have any comment to make on local authority economic strategy?
Yes. Midlothian Council and Edinburgh Council have a lot of economic development land. Some of these are considered at a national level. Bioquarter, for example, developments at the west of Edinburgh, which may seem remote from the scheme, but I think we can start to explain why I think it's all very much connected at a regional level. The policy context report is probably a good place to turn to think about the level of economic development that is planned in the area. So I'll just find. So it's TS 001.001. Get it myself. So Chapter 5 of the Policy Context Report considers both economic and housing land. We've taken this wider than in the environmental statement, which is considered sort of a boundary out to 1 kilometre, but here we've gone a little bit wider, but still within 5 kilometres of Sheriffhall. Bioquarter is the main one really for Edinburgh City Local Plan. Just find it. So at paragraph 5.5. I'd note that Edinburgh City Council recognise this. It's an enterprise area at a national level, but it's also a special economic area identified in Edinburgh's current adopted local development plan, and it allocates 72 hectares of employment land. Within its, there's a lot of aspirations around Bioquarter, but a centre of excellence for life sciences and its clinical research and teaching. There's a lot planned next and located right next to the Royal Infirmary and taking advantage of that. For Midlothian, table 5.2, and the figures here are taken from the most recent information we can find in the economic land audit, and that includes still to be built 265 hectares of employment land. I would note both of these areas are within what we call a strategic development area, so they're very much an area in the city region where growth is planned. The southeast wedge of Edinburgh is the key, one of the key growth areas, along with the west of Edinburgh, for development.
And what is the link between the proposed scheme and the developments that you've highlighted, if the scheme is not to provide direct access, as you say?
I think we've got to think, certainly the proposals that are put forward at a strategic level obviously consider the wider area. We can't just look at Edinburgh and Midlothian. A good place to turn, actually, to maybe kind of get this is the wider impacts paper tries to address that sort of wider regional development and how this scheme ties into it, and that's its purpose. But a lot of that is based on information within the work done for the strategic development STPR2, Strategic Transport Planning Review. So let me just pull up the reference.
I think it'd be helpful, Ms McClelland, if you took us through the key parts of STPR2 upon which you're relying and drawing this link.
Yeah, we have explained in the OIR, and I can turn to it, but Sheriffhall itself isn't listed in STPR2, and the reasons for that is it doesn't consider committed development. So, at the outset of STPR2, they look at what's committed, and they're very much looking forward as what's needed for the next, I think it's 10-year investment plan. But what is done for the Edinburgh South East region is it's known as the case for change, and that looks at the whole of the South East Scotland region and what are the problems and the issues facing that region, and what might be the opportunities come out of that to solve those problems. So I'll just find the reference. Give me 1 second. So it's the Strategic Transport Projects 2 Initial Case for Change, Edinburgh South East Region, and it's CD 003.030. So I think if I just start running through the document, because there's a lot in there. There's reference on page 17, it's page 24 of the PDF, if that's easier, that Skills Development Scotland estimates between 2019 and 2029 that there's going to be a 3% growth nationwide employment, which equates to 89,000 jobs. And of this, it's estimated that 52%, so half of that growth nationwide over the next 10 years, or from 2019, will be in the Edinburgh and South East Scotland region. Regional Employment Forecasting, which is again from Skills Development Scotland, shows that it estimates that 47,000 of these jobs will be in the region, and that 86% of those will be located in the city of Edinburgh. I think that's a very key point. The forecast growth is within Edinburgh. It's the regional core. You know, we have to think about it, the region and how the region connects, but Edinburgh is the regional core where we expect the vast 86% of those jobs to be located. If I keep going down, there's a figure 11 on PDF page 28, shows, this is taken from the BRES, which is the British Business Register and Employment Survey. Never remember that. And it shows what it considers the key employment centres and the travel to work distances. And it's shown in green, the sort of key employment zones. So for Edinburgh, they're showing, I think it's Bioquarter, developments in the west of Edinburgh and the sort of financial core of Edinburgh in the city centre. But what it does show is that the travel to work distances, they're obviously showing as very little within Edinburgh because, you know, the population of Edinburgh can easily access those jobs. But it also shows that there's a wide area of which people travel to work in Edinburgh, and I can show some further drawings later. While we're here, sorry, and I'm scrolling through, it may be worth picking up, and it may be something we come back to later, but just while we're on this document, it takes us as well and shows us the Scottish Index of Multiple Deprivation, the SIMD figures, which rightly I know were discussed yesterday. And there's a point there I think I'd like to make in that the wider impacts paper picked up those that sit within the lower 20%, but there are areas of deprivation. Those are within the Edinburgh city boundary. We picked up, Mr. Walker rightly picked up, they're Niddrie, Bingham, they're all kind of inside of the bypass. Whereas figure 13 on page 32, PDF page 32, shows us, it's not a very good scale when you just go in, but there's still quite a lot of areas of deprivation out with the city boundary, you know, and there are those that would, in my opinion, benefit from better cross-boundary travel for all modes. If I can keep going down, it's a big document, bear with me. Chapter 3 of the Case for Change starts to identify the problems and opportunities facing the region. These are set out at paragraph 3.4. And they've identified, based on looking at the context of the area, that public transport connectivity, operational constraints, and that refers to specific areas, the trunk route, active travel, socio-economic, health and environment, the relative cost of public transport, transport integration, and transport and land use planning. It's quite clear on page 70 that car commuting, the majority of these trips that are happening at the moment in the region, are by private car. One of the problems being that there just isn't the sort of regional public transport connectivity. It further identifies in figure 33 what we were talking about yesterday, road congestion across the city, and where those key congestion points are picked up in documents by other, for example, the City of Edinburgh mobility plan, etc. Figure 35 on page 87 shows us housing forecasts for the region, with very dense housing forecasts. And these are absolute change, and these are taken from the Transport Scotland's Telmos, their national model, traffic model, showing that there's absolute change of over 100,000 at least between 2017 and 2037. So in the context of Edinburgh, we can see it's not just the City of Edinburgh in the South East region, but there's significant houses and housing numbers forecast in the area. It also looks at the transport poverty tool. It uses the Sustrans transport poverty tool, which we refer to in the wider impacts paper. This shows us, in relation to Edinburgh, sorry, that's page 91 of the PDF and figure 37. And it shows us that there are pockets of medium and high transport poverty outside of the city region, affecting therefore those who may wish to travel into the city region. I'd like to turn to table 9 on PDF, page 92. And this is quite a stark one for me because it shows the travel to work person trips in the region. And you can see along the top, it's got the City of Edinburgh, so it's got the destinations along the top, and it's got the origins of those trips down the left-hand side. And it shows us that there's text above the table shows that the predominant travel to work flows are focused on inbound travel to the City of Edinburgh, with at least 86% of the travel to work trips originating in each of the other ESES local authorities travelling to Edinburgh. Edinburgh themselves have determined that there's an excess of 60,000 in-commuting trips to the City of Edinburgh each day. And it shows us, for example, the text below the table explains that 87% of work trips from Mid Lothian, 86% from East Lothian, 91% from West Lothian, and 86% from South Fife travel to the City of Edinburgh for work. Figure 38 on PDF page 93 shows us the origins and destinations of the AM peak westbound flows in the A720, and they show us that various routes are being used by trips to access the A720 to travel west and represent trips that come from within the City of Edinburgh. So they talk about Gilmerton and Liberton, and those from Mid Lothian, including Dalkeith and Bonnyrigg, and from East Lothian, including Musselburgh. So there's a mass amount of movement going east to west, and that highlights the importance of these key employment sites to me. There's a lot going west to the Gyle, the International Business Gateway at Edinburgh Airport, as well as on out the M8 and into West Lothian. It picks up on the two key BRES key employment sites that are considered, and figure 40 on PDF page 96. That shows the Gyle, and it shows the origins of trips travelling to the Gyle. And it's just to give us an indication, to me it shows those number of travel to work trips that are accessing one of the key sites within Edinburgh for their employment. It further goes on to show BioQuarter on figure 41, PDF page 98, which shows just the wide area that these key employment sites serve. I think, I'll just double check, I think that's points I'd like to really pull out of it. You know, when we come thinking about transport and land use integration, you know, we can't do that outside of a context of thinking about the fact that the majority of travel to work trips within this ESES region are made by private car at the moment, and the key routes into the city are experiencing serious operational pressures. Yeah, and there's very significant growth planned, both in employment and population across the area.
Thank you. That's very helpful for setting that SDPR2 context. Now, taking it back to the targeted intervention, which is the Sheriffhall roundabout and not fixing the wider congestion on the Edinburgh City bypass. Why?
Because it's much more than just. I think a lot what we talked about yesterday is just thinking about Sheriffhall in its context of, you know, the provision of the active travel and those savings in the immediate roads next to it. To me, I look at things in a much more spatial and wider perspective. It's a key regional piece of infrastructure, but I don't think it's certainly I don't think any of the CES plan authorities, any of the city region deal authorities see it, and certainly they don't, and there's evidence in their documents that it's not just Sheriffhall, it's not let's fix Sheriffhall and that's all we're going to do. Sheriffhall is an enabler to me to allow a lot more aspirations to be put in place. You know, we might get on to it, but you know, MPF4, which we know is imminent and has been through Parliament, is it's about infrastructure first. You know, there are plans within MPF4 for mass rapid transit. There's plans to bring the tram through there. I think if Sheriffhall, there's so many planning documents that it's very hard to think. But in my, you know, there is plans, the city mobility plan, to provide upgrade and very much focused on these regional interchanges. And I think that Sheriffhall is a key part of allowing those park and rides to function, and the infrastructure in place to allow things like mass rapid transit to go through it, to allow wider walking and cycling. You know, we've talked about it very much at a local level. I think there's aspirations for them to be much longer functional commuting, walking and cycling routes. So to me, it's very much down to that infrastructure first and what it will enable. And a lot of those are, you know, low carbon proposals to be put in place.
So if Sheriffhall is an enabler across the region, if I may paraphrase in terms of how you've just described and very helpfully taken us through SDPR2, what are the implications of not delivering this targeted infrastructure intervention?
It's a difficult one. I know Midlothian have conveyed to us that they feel that they wouldn't be able to deliver their economic strategy without Sheriffhall, and it's very clear from their local development plan that they see it as a vital piece of infrastructure. Again, the strategic development plan, both the 2013 and the 2016 version, is a key cross-regional piece of infrastructure. I think it opens up, it facilitates access to areas of employment and housing. I think that housing is going to keep happening. We have a housing need. Developers are going to keep bringing forward sites. Admittedly, they will need to look at the transport implications of those sites. But I think the congestion will just continue to get worse. The existing situation would continue to get worse.
Now, This targeted infrastructure intervention, the promoter has confirmed, is not to cater for unconstrained forecasts in growth of traffic. With that in mind, and what you've just explained, can you take us to the National Transport Strategy number 2 and explain its alignment with the proposed Sheriffhall scheme?
Yes, I'm just trying to think. So we do have a lot of that in the OIR. Perhaps, I suppose from a highest level, I think it very much aligns with NTS2. You know, targeted infrastructure investments might be at the bottom of the hierarchy, but they're there for a reason. We need them in certain circumstances. I think it does contribute to active travel and potentially wider aspirations around active travel, and not just at Midlothian level, at national level, in terms of what MPF4 suggests. It might be easiest to go to the wider impacts, where we've done an assessment of how we think, broken down how we think, and it's that table at the very end. So we know NTS2 has 4 priorities of reducing inequalities, taking climate action, helping deliver inclusive economic growth, and improving health and well-being. We've purposely approached this table, I think we're quite clear on a kind of 4-point scale of no benefit or impact, and minor benefit, moderate benefit, major benefit, and the same the other way, for negative, minor, moderate, or major negative impact. I think we've certainly considered that it would improve fair access to services, and that's by removing that barrier created by the congested roundabout, and enhanced active travel provision, and improved integration of public transport, which includes the existing Sheriffhall Park and Ride. People will be able to get there a lot easier, and certainly that's a strategy of others, maybe making those interchanges better and easier to get to, so that people can leave their cars there, and then that involves others taking forward improvements along those routes into the city centre. I think it improves access to healthcare, employment, education and training. I think it'll improve journey times, and as part of that, journey time reliability to healthcare, access to growth areas, housing. I think there's a major benefit in terms of it being easy to use for all, and that's to do with how we've designed the active travel network, the active travel provision through the scheme. We certainly, as part of that, we engaged with the Mobility and Access Committee for Scotland to ensure it was designed for all groups of users, and an inclusive design included in it. Affordable for all. I think there is a greater impact for low-income households who either run private cars, and therefore there's savings to be made with less congestion to face. But I also think that by facilitating it, public transport would be more reliable, maybe a more attractive option. Active travel as well, a more attractive option. In terms of take climate action, we have said it's a minor negative impact. You know, there is inevitably impacts with GHG emissions as part of the construction. However, we do have reduction in GHG compared with if we did nothing. And part of that we will be encouraging. You know, it's a multimodal scheme. It's not just for private car. You know, the introduction of active travel, and we've very carefully considered the benefits that public transport will get from that separation of strategic and local traffic. Adapting to the effects of climate change, we said we've identified no benefit or impact, but you know, part of that was considering the materials that we'll use in the scheme. Part of we're leading on to the environmental statement about flood risk assessment and how that's been carried out to ensure there's no impact on flood risk. Will enable greener, cleaner choices. We think that's a moderate benefit. We think that it facilitates access to green and blue space, such as Dalkeith Country Park. Mitigation measures as part of the ES, which we can come on to later. But it's again about that bus journey times, reducing journey time variability, making bus a more attractive option, facilitating for future public transport, integration with the existing parking rights and the proposals for that in the future. In terms of inclusive economic growth, this comes much more, and again, back to a lot of stuff that came out of the STPR2 case for change, but, you know, improving connectivity. Transport is a barrier to access for people. It's by providing choices and providing options and providing regional, multimodal ways for people to access the city. I do think it does open up access to employment and housing and improves connectivity across the region. At a key main gateway into the city. We've got a moderate benefit for, will it be reliable, efficient and high quality. It will remove that severance and improve the efficiency and flow, including for freight and non-motorised users as well. We'll use beneficial innovation. I think it will allow us to look at uptake of active travel modes in the future. Along with behavioural change, which has been promoted through various other means, and that the structures have been designed to accommodate wider carriageway, which potentially for hard bus lane, hard shoulder running, orbital bus. We've included ducting for future bus priority in the scheme, if that should that be required. In terms of health and well-being, I think there's been touched on about the safety of the scheme, and Mr. Elliott would be better to deal with that than myself. CCTV provision as part and lighting throughout the scheme has been recognised there. It will enable us to make healthy travel choices. I think it's part of it's a step change in that area. Maybe come on to it, but the area is not going to look as it does now in 10, 15 years with the amount of development within that area. It is expected to become much more urbanised. The WCAR process that Mr. Hutchinson spoke about earlier, and how that is identified, and the fact that the active travel provision has been designed to standards for long-distance commuter routes where possible, and we do think it has a moderate benefit on helping to make communities great places to live, and it's about hopefully redistributing traffic from those local roads that currently avoid Sheriffhall, and it's getting the right traffic back on the right roads, and it is also about local access to amenities, including Sheriffhall Park and Ride and the future developments that are planned.
Is it right, when looking at the proposed scheme, to look at it in isolation, or does one look at the package of measures being introduced by NTS2 when considering the objectives which ministers have set?
Absolutely. I think even before STPR2 and the recommendations that it has come out with on the back of NTS2 strategic development plan back in 2013 is a statement within it that says, you know, it's Sheriffhall along with orbital bus and tram that will provide the level of connectivity and get a step change in terms of getting people out of private car to access the city. That's not going to change. The growth and the jobs are still always going to be in the regional core. But it's going to take more than Sheriffhall. But as I said before, I think Sheriffhall is a key enabler for those other aspirations to happen.
Just with the mention, Ms McClellan, there of CESPLAN having been rejected, do you know why it was rejected?
I do. The criticism from the Scottish ministers was that they had not done a sufficient transport appraisal. My understanding of it was there's a significant amount of housing planned in the CESPLAN area. I think the rejection letter has been lodged by SHU. It would be worthwhile turning to that. Let me just find it. So it's SH002.025. So under Section 13(1) of the Planning Act, the decision was made that the Scottish Ministers were not satisfied that the plan had been informed by an adequate and timely transport appraisal. Further, it goes on to state that it did not take sufficient account of the relationship between land use and transport, that the plan did not properly acknowledge and address the regional's infrastructure constraints to support the regional spatial strategy for delivering housing land across the area. Essentially, it was that there wasn't sufficient information on the transport interventions required to support the level of housing that was proposed within CES plan. So, for me, reading that, they didn't take a cumulative approach to think of all of those housing and how that would be phased and how they would deliver. So across the whole region, I think it's probably worth noting out, because I have looked into this and looked at the reporter's report of it. And the only thing that really came out from Sheriffhall from that was a recommendation from the reporter that obviously wasn't taken forward because the plan was then rejected, was to move Sheriffhall from a potential cross-boundary project to, on a more firmer footing, to a strategic project for the region. We haven't lodged that, but I think it's in the public domain. So we have considered it throughout. I know Mr Walker's queried why we have considered it at the time of the ES. It's in there. It's in there that it was rejected. The new Planning Act had come out. We didn't know whether a new test plan would be prepared. It was the most recent indication of housing and development land planned across the region. I would probably also state that the interim regional spatial strategy prepared by the CES plan authorities very much still commit to that level of housing that was proposed in SDP and CES plan 2.
Now, in light of your explanation there and your reference a few minutes ago to infrastructure first and the bang up to date National Planning Framework number 4, I think that would be a good time for you to take us to NPF 4 and please, and take your time, this is important, to take us through the key parts of the very soon to be adopted NPF 4 which are of relevance to this inquiry.
So, where to start with NPF 4? It changed, so we'd obviously referred to NPF, the earlier draft in the inquiry statement. Obviously, in that interim, it had changed to what was published more recently in the revised draft. But overall, really, to me, the biggest change was the recognition of a dual crisis of climate change and biodiversity crisis. So that biodiversity kind of came higher up the scale. I think there's a lot within NPF 4 that I think is relevant to us. It makes national developments of urban mass rapid transit, specifically referencing Edinburgh as a region for the focus of that. It reinforces the Central Scotland Green Network, which is in previous, I think back to NPF 2 maybe, but certainly in NPF 3, and a national walking, cycling and wheeling network. So those would be the national developments. So there's a lot in all the individual policies. It brings in this concept of 20-minute neighbourhoods, which was then sort of updated to called 20-minute neighbourhood stroke local living, which is very much this idea that you can get most of your daily needs within 20 minutes of your house. It doesn't apply to access to employment or further education, for example, but it brings this kind of focus on enabling more sustainable transport. It brings in the, let me just, the idea of an infrastructure first principle, which I think came from the Infrastructure Commission recommendations. I'll come back to the infrastructure first. I've just come across the biodiversity. So one of the main policies right up front on NPF 4 rates to biodiversity and how we can protect biodiversity, reverse biodiversity loss, deliver positive effects from development and strengthen nature networks. And one of the policy outcomes there is to ensure that biodiversity is enhanced and better connected through strengthened nature networks and nature-based solutions. And it goes on to say that for EIA development will only be supported where it can be demonstrated that the proposal will conserve, restore and enhance biodiversity, including nature networks, so that they're in a demonstrably better state than without intervention. I would certainly argue that that's what the scheme does. It obviously has a range of policy, slightly nuanced, different from what SPP was, but all the ones we would expect to see on waste and soils and sustainable transport. And, the infrastructure first principle is on page 86. It's policy 18, but the policy intent is to encourage, promote and facilitate an infrastructure first approach to land use planning, which puts infrastructure considerations at the heart of placemaking. Infrastructure considerations are integral to development planning and decision making, and potential impacts in infrastructure and infrastructure needs need to be understood early in the development planning process. Probably like to, from there, turn to the Annex C. Which is the spatial planning priorities. If I just find the southeast. Yeah, so the central region on PDF page 132 covers Glasgow, City Region, Ayrshire and Edinburgh. And again, I think this was picked up by Miss Beam Singh yesterday. But I think it's worth coming back to because it reiterates what's been said at a local level and certainly at a strategic planning level. So it's page 134 that there's particular pressure for housing in Edinburgh, especially in the southeast of Edinburgh, where Sheriffhall is located. And Edinburgh is committed to building affordable homes at scale. They need to work within the region to accommodate wider demand. That as part of the City Region deal, we could accommodate up to 45,000 new homes across 7 strategic sites, which includes Blindwells, Calderwood, Dunfermline, Edinburgh Waterfront, Shawfair, Tweedbank and Winchborough. It goes on to say the need for proposals to be supported by low-carbon transport solutions in line with the Infrastructure Investment Plan and National Transport Strategy investment hierarchies, and the infrastructure first approach will be critical to their success. Goes on to say that the Edinburgh and South East City deal identifies infrastructure investment as part of this, and that these interventions and commitments taken with the additional transport investment made through the deal will ensure that the city region continues to grow and flourish. So for me, the most important part of that is it's saying we need all of those other things, and everything else that City Deal is putting forward along with the infrastructure investment that City Deal proposes is needed to the success of the region. Probably the other thing is the 2 national developments, the mass rapid transit, which Edinburgh is identified as a key location for. So I'll just jump back up to that. So it's National Development 6 on page 107. It's to reduce transport emissions at scale, require low-carbon transport solutions. So 3 major cities of Aberdeen, Edinburgh and Glasgow to support transformational reduction in private car use. That's then also reiterated in STPR2. also of relevance, I think, to us is an idea of a national walking, cycling and wheeling network. And again, that might seem remote, but I think when you start to look at STPR2 that talks about key access into cities and key points, it talks about freeways and commuter routes into the key areas, and I think we've very much looked at the active travel provision at Sheriffhall on a local level and at Midlothian kind of level, and how it connects up to core paths that are existing or aspirational, but I think it's the potential to contribute to much wider others. STP, Strategic Development Plan, talks about functional commuting routes, and Sheriffhall is identified as an area through that. So it all, it's all saying the same thing from a national to a local level. And I think Edinburgh Waterfront, it's a national development now too. So.
You mentioned blind wells there, and just picking up in a comment made by Shu and locking people into car use. Is that fair comment?
My understanding of blind wells, it's been a long number of years since I did actually work in it, but there's always been plans for a rail halt at blind wells. I think, again, if you start to think at a regional scale and what's planned, I'm not sure the rail halt, I know it was East Coast Main Line, there was always would be difficulties in bringing it in and how that would work, but I think it still very much is the plan for blind wells to somehow get there, certainly when they deliver the rest of the housing allocation. And we can turn to it maybe later. When we look at City Mobility Plan and how they plan to stop people getting into the city, it's regional interchanges, so it's regional parks and rides and mobility hubs. There's aspirations. So no, I don't. Blind wells on its own, I think you've got to think about everything else that's being proposed to stop those people all getting in their cars. I would also say we haven't looked at what we looked at before. It's not just about the city. People will probably need to travel to the west of the city, to the Gyle, to further out. It's the regional movements are very wide.
Actually, your reference there to regional hubs is interesting. Can you again explain what that term means, where it fits into policies, plans and strategies, and again tie it into the targeted infrastructure intervention proposed for Sheriffhall?
So we might well turn to the Edinburgh City Mobility Plan, because that's probably, let me just find the reference. So it's CD 003.036. So the City Mobility Plan is, as you'd imagine, a plan for the city, linked to MPF4, and a lot of planning thinking is, we want to have compact cities now. We don't, we want to try and keep within. So a lot of it is focused on movement within and across the city. It's unsurprising that Edinburgh has a very high use of active travel and public transport, because it has the tram, it's got a good bus network. When we start to think about it, so PDF page 7 shows traffic and associated issues, shows Sheriffhall as, we mentioned it in the OIR, but as a congestion hotspot and a future congestion hotspot, with many others across the bypass and in other parts of the city region. Page 12, PDF page 12, shows the public transport across the city, and it highlights Sheriffhall as an existing park and ride. You can clearly see the link there to BioQuarter and the A7 on the way into the city. There are lots of separate policies within City Mobility Plan. There's policies about mass rapid transit, the mass rapid transit network to the north and south of the city, as well as to Newhaven, and explore the potential to extend mass rapid transit into Fife, West, Mid and East Lothian. Policy measure movement 3 on page 15 is about city interchanges, develop public transport interchanges at key locations in the city to enable better connections between services and modes, and support the integration of taxi ranks with interchanges. So an interchange, it goes on the same page, it explains just what an interchange is, and it's a place where people can switch from public transport, from one mode of travel to another, with a short distance between them, minimal waiting times. The more modes available on interchange, you know, the higher level of multimodal interchange integration. And interchanges are essential to helping us travel more sustainably and lowering private car use. Regional interchanges on PDF page 16, movement 9. Investigate opportunities to expand existing, Sheriffhall being one of those, and create new strategically placed transport hubs on the edge of the city where people travelling into Edinburgh can switch to or between public transport and active travel, and interchanges will include facilities to support sustainable travel. I'd probably like to just turn then to PDF page 29, which is the spatial vision. So aligned to the city plan, it's like 2030. And there's a section called the City Transformed. It says by 2030, the mass transit network, including tram, will have been extended west and beyond, and will have been developed to connect the waterfront in the north to the Royal Infirmary in the south and beyond. That the city's Region 7 park and ride facilities will be upgraded to support fast and frequent public transport along strategic bus lanes and mass rapid transit routes travel from these interchanges into the city. Additional regional interchanges will have been developed where required, and this will give people travelling into the city a choice to leave their cars at those interchanges and travel around the city on fast, efficient public transport networks. And it's a more schematic map underneath it, but it shows the kind of where Sheriffhall park and ride and the key corridor from Sheriffhall into the city centre.
So I'll ask again a question I asked earlier. What if no Sheriffhall?
It would make delivering some of these aspirations very difficult because it's just so congested, and it's only forecast to get worse with the. We didn't quite touch on the housing numbers, but I think it's up to about 15,000 new homes just within 5 kilometres of Sheriffhall. We were just looking at MPF4. MPF4 now sets the housing numbers. That's been a change. Those not planners amongst us might not realise that, but it's quite a huge change in the system. The housing numbers used to be set at strategic level, so it was the strategic planning authorities that set the housing numbers. And one of the things that the Planning Act, recent Planning Act 2019 brought about was that the housing numbers will now be set at a national level in national planning framework. It's probably for those who don't, the other big change is that national planning framework becomes the part of the development plan, which is what developments are considered against. It used to be the strategic development plan and the local plan, and the shift now is the MPF with the local plan is the development plan, so it's got much more status than it previously had. And I think an MPF, if I can jump back to it because it's just at the end, I can just give you the figures. Right, for the guy totted it up here for included City of Edinburgh, East Lothian, Fife, Mid Lothian, Scottish Borders and West Lothian, so still looking at that strategic same area that the CES plan would have covered. 75,000 new houses within the next 10 years planned. 36,000 of those in Edinburgh. 9,000 in Mid Lothian. So that's all in PDF page 144, Annex E of MPF4.
Would you like to comment, Ms McClellan, on the discussion regarding sustainable growth versus inclusive growth?
Yes, and as far as I can, not being an economist, to me, the understanding, I think it came about in the economic strategy in 2015, change of the Scottish Government. So there was always, we used to just have growth. You know, my rudimentary understanding is that we used to have to focus on any form of growth. became sustainable growth, we needed to think about the environmental impacts of that growth and how it happened. Inclusive growth, to me, it's about, we used to think that growth anywhere, you know, as long as it was sustainable, growth anywhere was all right, whereas inclusive growth is about looking at where that growth happens geographically and how it impacts on different members of the population, and that it's fairer and it's more evenly spread, and it benefits all members of society. That's my rudimentary take on it, but there's been a shift.
Is there any policy support for an extra lane on the A720 City of Edinburgh bypass?
No. The place where that would have come out, if that had been a proposal, would have been STPR2 as Transport Scotland's investment plan for the next 10 years, I think it is. And STPR2 has limited transport interventions, but it's very different to STPR1. It's very much about active travel and public transport and behavioural change and supporting rail and interchanges and hubs. And there's certainly nothing I'm aware of, certainly not in STPR2, of any to put 3 lanes on the bypass. No.
Now, looking in a bit more detail at the proposed NMU provision as part of the proposed scheme, would you be able to comment on the benefit that you may see that this part of the proposal would bring?
Yeah, and we assess it in the environmental assessment, in the 2 chapters. We can turn to it, but the effects on all travellers here in the community and private assets. And we look at it, one in how it connects up to what's existing, so the core path. So Mr. Hutchinson touched on it briefly, but there is a core path that runs right through. And one side of it's the Edinburgh City Council, and the other side is Midlothian. The point we were made earlier is the scheme was extended to ensure there's one that goes at Camp End, heading off up towards Shawfair. We extended to include that. What was your question again, Douglas, exactly, in terms of Mr. Milne?
How do you know the NMU provision will bring benefit, will be used? Or to put it another way, will not be a white elephant?
Well, I think these things to think about. This is, we might be the edge of urban settlement now, lots of green belt, but the plan for 10, 15 years is once we've Shawfair with 4,000 new houses, not far north, economic development land, right coming up to the Shawfair extension site, right up to we can take a map if anybody would need to, but there's land allocated to the very north of the bypass, and then there's land allocated south around the Dobies for more economic development land. There's offices, class 4 and 5, so it'll be business and industry land. There's housing development south of that. There's a lot of housing development within the right areas, we've said. I think we talk about place making and planning a lot, and a lot of it's about, if we don't put that infrastructure in for those future communities, it's hard to retrofit later. I think there's a lot of health benefits. I mean, we've talked about that. I've heard anecdotally from people over the 10 years of working on this that only very serious cyclists go through Sheriffhall. People are confident road cyclists. I think that the provision there will allow children, people with different disabilities, it'll be more open for all to use. We assess the sort of amenity impacts of that within the ES, and we say there's quite a benefit from that, purely from the creates the segregation, less congestion around the existing roundabout. Well, is a more pleasant environment for people to travel through. I think as it connects into existing, and we know those wider proposals that have been discussed and developed over the years with the local authorities. I think it's got the potential to, be a hub providing a lot wider. It's a key part of it. I think it was identified in the Sestran as a missing link as well. A lot of people Well, cyclists would say to us they do go to Gilmerton. They don't want to, but it's safer. You know, that's certainly, those are things I've heard over the years from people.
Don't think we've looked at the active travel framework for Transport Scotland. So at the national level, CD 005.022, could you please turn to page 8, which I focus on because it contains the active travel outcomes, and comment on those. So CD 005.022, page 8.
So building on the active travel provision, vision and strategic objectives, Transport Scotland and delivery partners have developed 5 high-level outcomes. And that's to increase the number of people choosing walking and cycling and wheeling in Scotland. High-quality walking, cycling and wheeling infrastructure is available to all. Walking, cycling, wheeling is safer for all. Delivery of walking, cycling and wheeling is promoted and supported by a broad range of partners, and that walking, cycling and wheeling is available to all. And I think there's something there that I picked up before, that saying, allied with raising awareness of the benefits of walking and cycling, the design of high quality places and availability of high quality walking and cycling infrastructure can accelerate the desired shift in travel behaviour for shorter journeys.
Dr. Nash, in his precognition, says that refusing to make the orders for this scheme makes proposed development less tenable, and that's a benefit. Would you like to comment on that assertion?
I find that a difficult one to kind of understand. We have a housing need in Scotland. We have a particular need for affordable housing. You know, sites that are coming forward are providing that. I think those sites they are happening anyway without Sheriffhall. You know, the development is ongoing now. It's going to continue to go on. The impacts of that are traffic avoiding it and being on local roads where they shouldn't be. I don't see how we could do that. I also think in terms of economic land, you know, it makes it unattractive for businesses to locate in areas where there's severe congestion, and I think they would potentially go elsewhere.
Will transport assessment be undertaken as part of the consenting process for development in accordance with the appropriate local development plans?
Yes, every development of certain size has to do their own TIA, the traffic impact appraisal, and determine what additional bits of infrastructure would be required as part of delivering that development, be it walking, cycling, bus provision. Yeah, Mr. Elliott might be better to talk about. He's probably more aware of what they might involve, but certainly, yes, part of the planning process, you have to show the traffic impacts of your development and how you would mitigate that.
And might the strategies of NTS2 have some relevance in terms of that process?
Yeah, local development plans, planning authorities have to take into consideration National Transport Strategy 2 as a material consideration. And you know, the local development plans that are coming out are being informed by that as a national level policy.
I am now proposing to move on to the environmental impact assessment part, which I will just press on and do unless you wish to have a break.
I'm fine. Would you like a break? No. We'll crack on.
So, environmental impact assessment, Ms McClellan, there are quite a few questions I need to ask you about that. I'll start with a number of which may seem fairly random questions, picking up on points which have come up so far before turning to Mr Walker's precognition, which raised a number of issues of which the promoter had not previously been made aware. So I will ask you to, in effect, rebut those for the reporter's notes. And That may take some time. So I will deal with the general issues to start off with. The environmental statement which was prepared, could you confirm for us under which set of EIA regulations it was prepared?
The 1999 EIA regulations as amended.
Now, why was that the case?
Because we, under the transitional arrangements of the new 2017 EIA regulations, if you'd screened or scoped before it was the date in May 2017, you did it under the 1999 EIA regs.
Now, I'll not stray into legal submission, but as the EIA expert for the promoter, can you tell us fairly briefly the difference between the 1999 regulations and the 2017 regulations regarding assessment of impact on climate and emission of greenhouse gases?
The 1999 EIA regs had no requirement to consider climate. The 2017 regulations brought it in as a new topic area.
That all said, your environmental statement prepared by AECOM on behalf of the promoter contains Chapter 18 on climate. Why?
To meet best practice, and I think it did also, you know, if I'm honest, we probably thought we would have been publishing the EIA earlier than we did, but ground investigations, complexities of traffic modelling, and so we took a decision to meet best practice.
Now, I appreciate this may be straying into the evidence of Mr Lansborough, but at the time of preparation of Chapter 18 of the ES on climate, what guidance was available to AECOM?
There was no DMRB guidance. It did come out a month or two before we published, so we reviewed it, but the assessment had been fully completed and audited and checked by that point. So there wasn't any specific for road schemes, so we utilised what was available to us from other sources.
Now, comment was made yesterday about the reference in Chapter 18 to AIMA guidance. Why was that set out there? Why is AIMA referred to there?
Okay, that's one of the pieces of guidance that we use. I think we use stuff from the International Finance Corporation as well. So it was what was available to us at the time.
To paraphrase what I understand your position to be, LA114, of which we will no doubt hear a lot more when speaking to Mr Lansborough, was published too late for consideration as part of the ES.
Yes, by that point, as I say, we obviously have a review process that we take the EIA through. It goes through audit to another consultancy, and Transport Scotland review it. So we're in the very last days of really pulling together the environmental statement and doing final checks on it. So we have to draw a line somewhere. We'd never stop.
General question: what's the purpose of environmental impact assessment?
It's to consider the environmental impacts of a development proposal before it happens, and to seek to prevent or minimise, or if you can't offset those impacts, which informs the development.
How is it carried out and how is mitigation developed?
EIA is a very structured, sort of systematic, should be a very transparent process. We identify the baseline for each individual topic that we've scoped in through the scoping process that is relevant for that development. We consider the potential impacts of that. The baseline is also informed by policy and consultation, but we then look at the impacts of that scheme without any mitigation in place. We then assign the value so that we have a receptor, and we consider the value of that receptor. We look at the impact of that. Without mitigation, we then look at what mitigation we can put in place to reduce that impact, and then on the back of that we report the residual effects.
What's the applicability of this process to construction effects?
under the EIA regs, we have to consider temporary impacts when we do consider the construction effects as far as we can, as we know at that time. It's often very difficult to know exactly where the construction elements of the project will be, how a contractor will do it, but we consider it as far as we can, and the mitigation measures that we set apply to all construction elements of the scheme as well.
How do you ensure that mitigation actually happens?
I might turn actually to the DMRB guidance on that, because I think it's very helpful. So if I can turn to, give me 2 seconds to find the reference. Sorry, I'm looking for LA 101, if anybody can speed me up.
CD004.001.046. So 4.1.46.
Yeah. In fact, I'm not. Sorry, I'm looking for LA 104. Apologies. It's the next one, CD 004.001.47. There's too many DMRB. So, paragraph 3.2, sorry. I had this highlighted up somewhere else. 3.26. So it's quite clear that proposed mitigation measures should only be taken into account when you're determining the significance if the success of the features or measures delivering the desired outcome is supported by evidence, and to me that for us is best practice and what's put in professional judgment. And 2, if the project has an identified legal mechanism for implementing the features or measures, which comes down to the contract that we put in place. The Schedule of Environmental Commitments forms part of the contract, and also it applies to a lot of other legal mechanisms that apply to mitigation measures, for example, controlled activities, regulations, or Wildlife and Countryside Act, protected species, for example. So, yeah.
Question which was put to Ms. Beam Singh, and I think was sort of deferred to your professional opinion. Does the scheme bring or not more environmental benefits than disbenefits?
It's never really as simple as that with the EIA, that you can just sort of add up one and take away the other. If we look at the residual effects of the scheme, there are some residual effects that have come out. You know, it's a trunk road scheme. It's a huge piece of infrastructure. What I would say when I think about that is, you know, a lot of what the environmental input into the design has been to minimise land take, and the good bits for us is it's a predominantly online structure. We know we're not you know, fully in agricultural land, putting a new road in. You know, it's a different. So if we think about the residual effects, there are a lot of them are temporary over construction. I'm not going to run through them all, but they're landscape and visual impacts on individual properties at construction. We're left with a couple. One major one on a viewpoint at the Summerside property in the long term. The 2 key ones are ancient woodland and loss of prime agricultural land. Again, there's more to it than that. That the ancient woodland isn't of great quality once we went out and surveyed it, and the prime agricultural land is A lot of it's already designated for development to occur. When you then compare that against the benefits of the scheme, most of the benefits come down to the effects on travellers, about the amenity, from taking, we've got a situation where people have to go through a roundabout to be pretty segregated and, away from the traffic. So if you're thinking about it purely in EIA terms, in terms of what the residual effects are, what I would probably say that is a lot of them are localised and a lot of them are temporary in nature. Of course, apart from those that are temporary and long-term, loss of ancient woodland and prime agricultural land. But it's an MPF 4 that under the biodiversity thing that and there's a shift to that saying I think I read it out earlier, if you're doing an EIA scheme, you must be able to leave it in a demonstrably better than it currently was, and the environment is pretty poor there. It's from an ecological perspective. We've got some semi-improved grassland which provides habitat, but it's not of great quality. The ancient woodland itself is overrun by beech. The Dean Burn is heavily channelized, a big right-hand bend in it. We're on an edge of urban corridor and right on the edge of the bypass. It's not great, but we have gone as far as we could to enhance that through the Dean Burn and through planting and habitat creation. So I would say we're leaving it demonstrably better than it is. But if you're purely to look at it in terms of EIA terms, there are residual adverse effects than there are benefits. But again, I think you need to contextualise that.
How do you assess a scheme in terms of compliance with legislation and with policy?
Yeah. Okay, I think, again, in multiple levels. We obviously have to, the prime bit is, have you met the EIA regulations, and have you done everything that the EIA regulations ask you to do? Then what we tend to do is we tend to look at the scheme and under that comments of the need for the scheme, where is it identified elsewhere, how does it align with national policy, how does it align with local policy, regional policy in the terms of the scheme. You're then breaking it down into each individual topic area, because each individual topic will look at the policies relevant to nature conservation or landscape. And then within that, they'll also look at legislative compliance and what legislative drivers potentially to inform the design of the scheme or mitigation, or in terms of mitigating protected species, or things that need to be set forward and the legislation to be carried forward to the construction contract.
Is it right to think about the weight you attach to a legislative requirement, which I ask you in the context of the discussion about balancing?
Well, in EIA terms, the most overriding weight has got to be the EIA regulations, in terms of have we met the EIA regulations. I think I correct you right in terms of the weight of meeting climate change legislation as opposed to looking at what policy is saying. And I find that a difficult one to try and... We have to meet legislation, that's not up for debate. When we're looking at policy, we're looking at what the policy drivers and how a scheme can contribute to that, or what other influences are people trying to achieve, and how can we contribute to that.
Do you have Mr. Walker's environmental impact recognition in front of you? If not, could you please dig that out and go to paragraph number 02. And really, I just wish to hand that over to you to go through each sentence and comment on these general comments which have been made by Mr. Walker, and respond to them if you think that would be helpful to the inquiry.
So, paragraph 2 says that Mr. Walker will go through the relevant chapters of the ES, and he makes a comment that throughout the chapters on environment there's an over-reliance on loose textured mitigation conditions. I'm not entirely sure, and I think that probably might come out later, but I tried to look at where that might mean, and there might be things like as far as possible, landscape planting to retain hedgerows, as far as possible. Having read that and looked at it, I can't really understand where it comes from, apart from when we're trying to kind of say to take that mitigation measure as far as it can possibly go. No regards to the precautionary principle, I don't think that's right. The precautionary principle in environmental disciplines certainly is a requirement to make sure that we don't wait till there's environmental damage before seeking to remedy it. You know, it's very much a precautionary. If you don't know what the impact is, you seek to put in protections before that happens, and that's essentially the core of what an EIA does. So we very much, in everything we do, apply a precautionary principle. Anyway, then goes on to talk about the speed at which native hardwood trees can grow. I think there's been a lot of confusion on this, about what we've potentially shown in the photo montages, and I'm sure Mr Walker will discuss it later, but probably all I'd want to say there is what we have shown in the photo montages is an average height of up to 8 metres. It's not meant to show full growth or their maximum heights. It's very much set out in DMRB landscape guidance that we must assess at year 1 to show a worst case with no landscape mitigation having had a chance to develop, and a year 15, which is to give an indication of what it might be like when it's had a chance to establish. We're not indicating that that's fully grown. I think it then goes on to say further the mitigation is for the damage inflicted in the first place by the scheme. Yep, we're looking at the scheme and what impacts that has and trying to mitigate that. And then goes on to say that the residual column also underestimates the effect of the construction work as if it never happened. I didn't really understand that. Sometimes we do recognise that it's temporary. Impacts of construction are temporary, and there's still quite a number of residual effects from construction. So I don't know. I wasn't sure about how I felt that we'd not. It was insinuation that we hadn't assessed the construction impacts. I'm not. I feel like we have.
As you say, we may hear more about that from Mr Walker. So, turning to the detail of Mr Walker's recognition, and as I indicated at the outset, we're of the view that a number of new points have been raised, and the promoter, you would like an opportunity to respond to those. So if I just go through these points and ask what your position is, that would be very helpful. You've already discussed the precautionary principle. The next point we identified was that the residual column underestimates the effect of the construction work as if it never happened.
Sorry, I think I just touched on that, Mr Milne, saying I wasn't sure where his point comes. The residual column, we do assess construction impacts and we assess the residual effects of those, so I'm not really sure what that's meant by that.
And then that the ES does not assess nighttime intrusion from artificial lighting.
It does. The landscape and visual chapter, as part of its overall assessment, considers both. Well, it starts with considering the existing lighting situation, and it also considers the nighttime consideration of new lighting as part of the scheme, as part of the scheme design, and it also considers the impacts of headlights from cars.
Excuse me, could you give me the reference for where you discussed that, please?
You can ask that in your
okay.
cross-examination,
certainly,
in case you've got further questions you want to ask. Okay.
Yeah, I certainly can. We can go through the landscape chapter, if you'd like.
Although my next question was going to be, is there an example which would help us to see that that's happened, so why not? Answers Mr Walker's question as well. It's a double benefit. And Mr Walker may want to take the point further, but I'm not asking you to go through the whole chapter. We'll try and go through this bit of the evidence quite quickly, not to rush you, but just perhaps one viewpoint you would like to take us to.
Apologies, bear with me, because I know there's one for Sheriffhall Mains that considers. Okay, so I'll stick with Summerside, because I know it's, so viewpoint 3, Summerside, paragraph 8.6.27. Sorry, I should have said, this is obviously off the landscape chapter of the ES, which is CD 001.005.009. When we talk about...
Sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, are you on the...
We're on the...
landscape chapter of
chapter,
yes.
right, yes.
Yes, so chapter 8. So if we
Excuse
go
what
to...
paragraph?
So for viewpoint, when we're considering the assessment of viewpoint 3 at Summerside, and it's paragraph 8.6.27. This is specifically about lighting. It's a year 1 operation. Pond will be visible in the foreground. The elevated A720 offsets and roundabout and associated lighting. Goes on to say further in the next paragraph, additional street lighting. There's lots of references to lighting in the whole chapter. It's hard to find.
That's fine for the purposes of answering my question. But one example of reference to assessment of lighting in accordance with DMRB.
Yeah, there is. We can.
Mr. Walker can take you through more detail if he thinks that would be helpful. The next point now, you may already have answered this. Existing trees and embankments have taken 30 years to establish. Mr. Walker refers to SHU 7.004. Do you wish to add more comment by way of reference to that photograph?
I think that's a photograph of trees in the embankment. We're not quite sure where they're from. I guess I don't know. They could be 30 years old, those. It's hard to know whether they've been cleared for maintenance or there's work, bits of the bypass have obviously. So yeah, I'd appreciate that some of them might have been put in at the time the bypass was built.
Right, these are probably points for Mr. Walker to develop as he sees fit, but the next one is, with exposure to climate change, growth is likely to be stunted. SHU 007.001.
Yeah, I think that's the photo that we think was from Berwick Law, I think it could be said. We weren't sure how comparable that would really be to Sheriffhall because it's quite an exposed ridge, we think. It was taken from, you can maybe explain a bit later. It's very difficult to say with tree growth. I don't think it would be the same sort of environment as on the coast and quite exposed there. Tree growth planting depends on a lot of different things. The soil quality, the preparation, the size of the trees that go in, types and species of trees, obviously. For us, a lot of the treatment, embankment planting would be on sort of woodland blocks, so it kind of creates its own little microclimate. So those at the top might be more exposed, those at the bottom, but at the bottom kind of protect them. So yeah, there's a lot of variables in terms of, but I don't think that photograph is necessarily comparable. We don't know if that tree's been cut back and what sort of, yeah.
Next point is ancient woodland tree belts, 2,425 metres of hedges and forest floor. It will be bulldozed. Note that younger trees, like those that will be lost on the embankments, are good carbon sequesters. The ancient woodland is lost forever. The offset planting, in my view, will take 30 years to establish, with a loss of habitat over that period. Now, you've addressed this to some extent in your overarching report at 8.3.70, but I would like to give you the opportunity, really just in case Mr Walker doesn't ask you about it, to provide any further comment on this.
Certainly none of us were not debating the impact on ancient woodland. It's a stated fact within the ES that ancient woodland, the quality of that ancient woodland is still ancient, but it's got a lot of giant hogweed things in it. I don't know, there's a picture of the forest floor. We're not really sure where that was from. We think that might have been actually within the SSSI. That I don't think, we're certainly not impacting within the SSSI. It certainly seem to be within potentially the woodland block of Dalkeith. Younger trees will be lost and are good carbon sequesters. We'll also be putting in extensive tree planting as part of the scheme. I think habitat creation certainly won't take 30 years. I think there'll be different habitats that will develop at different rates. Stuff like the kind of species-rich grassland that we're proposing, we think would probably establish in a couple of years, essentially hedges within sort of 5 years. So certainly not 30 years. Certainly the woodland planting, yes, by 15 years should be well established. I think in response to that, we potentially talked about that we generally have a sort of 5-year landscape establishment period where we go back to check that the planting is doing what it should be doing. So, yeah.
Is there any comment you'd wish to add about wildlife benefit in the short term?
Yes, I think well, the SUDs need to be put in very early. We have required that as much advanced planting as possible as part of our mitigation measures. We do know that some of the habitats will establish fairly quickly. For example, we mentioned it 8.3.70 of the overarching report that ecological benefits from planting shrubs and hedgerows, the sowing of species-rich grassland, renaturalising of the Dean Burn and providing water-retaining suds which are shown to occur in a short time frame, and invertebrates, for example, quickly tend to find and utilise wetlands, planted shrubs and species-rich grasslands, in turn benefiting other wildlife in the short term. So we think there will be some short-term benefits as well as it will take longer for woodland planting to establish.
Now, the next point relates to SUDs, which of course was discussed this morning between the reporter, Mr Hutchison, and I'll leave it to you to decide if it's helpful for you to comment on that discussion in general, the SUDs provision. But Mr Walker's point is, note that SUDs pond will be hedged rather than fenced. It refers to SHU 7003 as a photograph, but could receive a cocktail of toxins from carriageway runoff.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about the photo. Maybe Mr Walker can explain later. Certainly the reason for hedging is very purposeful, to create more habitats in there for breeding birds. Example, it also, hedges can create kind of refuge for the amphibians that we hope will hopefully take up the SUDs ponds. So the hedges just are a real benefit. The idea about receiving toxins from the carriageway runoff, I appreciate why you might think that, but in line with SUDs ponds are designed in line with controlled activities regulations, which require us to have at least 2 levels of treatment. So I think there's often, I can understand why there's a thought of, you're treating road runoff, but yet you're creating a habitat with it. The reality is that it goes through, we already go through 1 level of treatment with the filter drains along the sides of the road. So by the time it's reached. It's already had one level of treatment. You'd be surprised that there are some species are fairly tolerant of kind of slightly polluted waters. Those that it affects, most of those that live predominantly under the water, and that's not really. We'll have some aquatic plants, but the idea is more amphibians here and invertebrates and creating habitats for those. So they really do flourish in this wetland. It was from Nature Scott and SNH, I think, that asked us to do it. And, we took an opportunity there with the realignment of the Dean Burn, the flood storage area, the suds ponds, to create this kind of functionally linked wetland habitat. And it's pretty established that they do create habitats that are of value and are certainly valued at a local level, and certainly the local biodiversity plans.
No consideration was given to implications for Greenbelt.
Greenbelt is mentioned numerous times throughout the EAS. I know it's up front when we talk about kind of the overall. I think it's in ecology, it's in landscape because of a Greenbelt landscape character area assessment. It's in community and private assets. I think it is assessed within the EAS, considered.
On the impact schedule, there are 32 adverse factors and no benefits, which again you may have touched on in opening remarks, but is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, it's difficult this because it's not a case of totting up benefits, because some can be slight, moderate, major. They're on different receptors. I think what Mr. Walker's done consistently through this is potentially totted them up. We couldn't quite work it out, but I think it's pre-mitigation impacts rather than residual as well. But I think I touched on it earlier that it's not always as simple as a sort of adding up exercise.
Both here and in the other environmental chapters, the experts have chosen not to use the updated biodiversity matrix that might have made this process less subjective.
I was a little bit confused about this because the biodiversity chapter does use, so the matrix I'm thinking of, and I'm not sure if Mr. Walker's referring to, but we have a matrix within EIA that essentially looks at the sensitivity of that receptor, the impact, what that is, and you reach a kind of significance of effect by applying if it's a low sensitivity receptor, but you've got a high impact, it recognises therefore that impact and the other way around. So I wasn't sure because we have used, so the most up-to-date one of that is an LA 104, which was came out in the summer before we published, so that is used throughout the ES. And the one in biodiversity uses predominantly, I think there's a couple of wordings, but it essentially follows the same, it's got international, national, it follows the same. And I wondered, because what confused me is I wondered if he meant the biodiversity metric, which is about kind of calculating net habitat gain, but then I didn't really understand the reference to other chapters. So we have used the sensitivity matrix that was in LA 104 and the new DMRB, which is really the same as the old one anyway. So I wasn't entirely sure, or what the comment was about making it less subjective, because it's certainly not subjective.
The vulnerability of aquifers to the massive grouting operation is noted. I'm not sure the point there, but again, it's just to ask if there's anything you wish to comment, so that you don't lose an opportunity.
We assess that in the ES.
Ms McCollum, I'll put my usual very general question over of if there was anything else that you feel that it would be helpful to bring to the inquiry's attention, whether under your planning chapter of your evidence or under EIA, and I'm certainly happy to give you a minute to think about that.
I don't think so. I think covered most of what I'm all right.
There's a lot in there, and there'll be more to come.
Yeah.
So thank you very much indeed, Ms McLeod. Appreciate that was a long stretch for examination in chief. There was a lot to cover, but I have no further questions at this point. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mill. I think before we go into cross, we'll have a 10-minute break until 3:35. Thank you.
That was epic. What I'm suggesting, ma'am, is that I'll start cross-examining on the planning side. If then Dr. Boswell could take over on the environmental assessment process, and then I'll come back on the individual chapters of the landscape and nature, cultural, you know, the various chapters, if that's okay. Is that fine?
That's absolutely fine.
Yep, good. Right, where do we start? Could I just pick up on, just before we get into planning and that type of thing, if I could pick up on Mr. Hutchison, he deferred it to you, and it was a question David asked this morning. It was to do with, you had, at stage 2, I think it is, in the DMRB, you did about 6 or 8 assessments of various of various road schemes, but you never actually did an assessment of a public transport scheme alongside that. Could I ask you why not?
Certainly. I think there's a bit of confusion here. DMRB, when we get to the DMRB stage, we're looking at designing road scheme options. The appropriate pace for that to happen is at the STAG. So STAG very much considers problems and opportunities, and you know, I always think of STAG, it always thinks, what's the best solution? Is it bus? Is it rail? Is it a road improvement? So once we're into stage 1, it's a decision has been taken that can only be improved by looking at the trunk road, and then we move into design manual for roads and bridges, stage 1, 2, 3.
So could I therefore go back to STAG and ask you why it was never, a public transport option was never assessed at the STAG stage?
We could certainly look at the STAG. My understanding from the STAG, and I wasn't involved in it, it was done by another consultancy, but is that it just wouldn't have met the requirements to have met the objectives, the problems in that area that you needed, that wouldn't have separated out the strategic and local traffic and got rid of that congestion.
I was thinking about something like, why didn't they at that stage assess something like the mass transit, sort of East Edinburgh, South East Edinburgh mass transit, something like that? How, for example, how would that work as opposed to building a big road scheme?
I think, well, I would have to go back to look at the STAG in detail, and I must admit, it's something I've looked at for a while. I think probably because there's always been other proposals in place, you know, things like the orbital bus has been around, talked about for a long, long time, about something like that. So this was very much to look at solving the problem at Sheriffhall.
Yeah, well, I think that's where we're coming from, that everything seems to be trying to solve a problem at a particular location rather than looking a bit wider. Do you think if the whole process started today, wouldn't they start by looking at a public transport alternative such as the mass rapid transit in East and South East Edinburgh, linking into the inner towns of East Lothian and Mid Lothian?
No, because I still don't think you could get those mass transit through Sheriffhall in its existing current form, and not with the projected development and economic land still to come forward in that area.
Yeah, and thanks for touching on that in your evidence, because I'm going to come back to that because it's going to be a big problem. But I mean, I'll touch on it at the moment, but it's just simply, I look at a new town like Blindwells and I fear. I mean, you see where I'm coming from there, that, we'll pick that up later. It's, I'm just going off on one of my tangents again. Sorry. So, I'll go to your statement then, and I'll just go through it, and thank you for that, going through all that history. So, right, I've got you now. Basically, you're looking for justification because you go back to where Sheriffhall has been approved as you go through the years, and you, in your 5.1, we'll leave out the first part of that at the moment because you're talking about the local plans, but if we go to the more regional strategic level, you talk about the CES Plan 2013. That's the only adopted plan of that group you cite there. Is that right?
It's certainly the adopted part of the development plan, which would be the strategic.
Sorry, I should have given it its name. It's the South East Scotland Strategic Development Plan 2013. That's the only adopted plan there of that group you cited, or spatial plan.
Yes, apart from the adopted local development plans, the 2013 remains until MPF 4 is adopted in a week and a half. That remains the adopted strategic development plan for the area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll come back to the local plans. So we've got, you cite Go Sestran 2035 Regional Transport Strategy. You cite the interim, and I think the clue's in the title, Interim Regional Spatial Strategy for Edinburgh, and the city region deal. That's not a regional spatial plan, the city region deal. Again, it does what it says in the tin. It's a deal with central government and then a delivery vehicle. Is that right?
Yeah, the region deals are certainly recognised as being put forward as drivers of inclusive growth.
Yes, I accept that, but they're not regional spatial strategies or plans. No, that's right.
No, but I would probably be a bit clearer on the interim regional spatial strategy. So regional spatial strategies have come out of the 2019 Planning Act to allow some form of region. Now that we've lost that sort of adopted, part of the development plan, the strategic planning level, so it's to encourage coordination. They're very much, MPF 4 are quite clear that they have a key role to play in informing MPF, and the reason it's an interim was that MPF 4, I think just because of the delivery programme of MPF 4, that there wouldn't have been time for spatial planning authorities, which no longer exist under the Act in the terms of CES Plan and Clyde Plan, but that they would produce an interim in the meantime to feed into this iteration of the National Planning Framework.
That's right, because basically the regional spatial plans were, or I don't know if that's a correct title, but under the old regime you had like the 2013 plan, and then that was revised by the 2016 plan, and thanks for reading out the Minister's letter in that. Yes, it did go through the DPEA, I think they were minded to, the recommendation was minded to approve it, which included Sheriffhall. I accept that, but the minister still threw it out because there was no transport appraisal, there was no link-up between land use planning and transportation, and there was over-relying on supplementary guidance. In fact, they even wanted to get blind wells moving under supplementary guidance, but that's in the past now because they can't do that. It's got to go through the local plans process and NPF, National Planning.
Sorry, Mr. Walker, I'm loath to interrupt, but I think it is important to ask Ms McClellan questions as opposed to putting forward your position. Now, I apologise if that was an introduction to a specific.
It certainly was. I think it was an introduction to quite an important question, because what I'm leading up to is basically what you had to go back to was a plan that needed revising, the 2013 spatial plan. Is that right? That's a question.
Yeah, that's what we had to rely on. And the reason we did put in the 2016, I tried to explain, because at that point where we were in the ES, we didn't know if a new SDP2, Strategic Plan 2, would be prepared. I think that the end of the letter said they would leave it up to the Planning Authority to decide whether to prepare a new one or, take cognizance of the Act.
I can understand your dilemma, yes.
Yeah, so we put it in because it was the most recent thing that we'd had of what CES Plan wanted for the area, whether it was fully informed by a...
So then when 2016 CES Plan was thrown out unceremoniously, and you tried to do your best, I don't know if it was you or the regional planners or whoever, but you mucked in and tried to do your best, and under the 2019 Act, nothing really came through because, as you say, it was a bit, you were trying to get Sheriffhall moving, but at the same time, you didn't really have a regional spatial strategy that was adopted.
No, we didn't. But I think it's important to note here that the need for the scheme was set out in STPR 1, way before that, 2008, as you know. That is like the outline business case for the scheme. What I'm trying to do when I'm looking at the wider policy is consider the scheme against all of those other policies in the round and look at, is the need for it identified elsewhere? So the need was firmly set in STPR 1.
But that's a transport document, isn't it? It's not, it doesn't, what I'm driving at here is, and I think I used the word vacuum in my one of my submissions. What we have here is and you very clearly stated it, what's going to be happening in the next 10 years, the amount of housing land that needs to be built on, this idea of something like 6 new towns, mainly beaded along, I think, the A720. And yet, it occurs to me that there's no real tie-up between land use planning and transport planning. It's like the road justifies the scheme, justifies the scheme, justifies the road. It's like, so what I'm trying to ask is, you've posed, or you've very descriptively told us what's going to be happening, and if NPF4 is approved in a few days' time, then it will happen. And you've told us figures. I think you said 30,000 houses in this sort of Edinburgh, that inner area, So, what I'm trying to get at is, how is this going to work? How are we going to get these new towns? And I'm focusing in on Blindwells because it's the one that's coming up nearest to Sheriffhall. How are we going to, what's going to happen in these towns when they get built? And I passed Blindwells in the bus this morning. They're bashing on with it, the bit they've got outline planning for, but there's no infrastructure, not even road infrastructure actually, so that could justify your point. But the point is, there's not even a bus shelter for the bus. So you see where I'm driving at, and that's the question I'm posing to you. There's a planning vacuum there. We've got all these new towns, and they're going to be car dependent.
There's a couple of points there, I suppose. I don't think there is a planning vacuum, because the local development plans had still been taken forward in the interim. Edinburgh City's now there, but informed by the STP. They have to. That's the hierarchy. The STP is prepared and it informs for the local development plan. So I don't think we're in a planning vacuum, and we also had an adopted 2013. It's not that old. In other parts of you can sometimes end up with older plans that you're relying on, and it very clearly set out the need for Sheriffhall as well. I think your point about lack of integration between land use planning and transport planning is recognised. It's recognised clearly by there's quite a lot in MPF 4 about we need to get better at that. Land use and part of that is the infrastructure first. If you read the interim regional spatial strategy, it is very clear, and we need to make sure the infrastructure is in place across this area to allow us to deliver what they consider and what is nationally important development, with the amount of growth in Edinburgh and national sites. So I see your point, but I think there's a lot of other recommendations now coming out through STPR2, through the City Mobility Plan, to think differently and to think away from, just purely road and how developments are going to be served by car, to think about interchanges, rail, bus rapid transit, mass transit, etc.
So what we had is... sorry, you said something else and it just... my train of thought went for a minute. What's going to happen then is that we are going to get a considerable amount more traffic on the roads because of all this new development that's going to be taking place. So how do we handle that, all that traffic? Because Sheriffhall won't be able to handle it, and the A720 in its current form won't be able to handle it. So how do we stop the congestion?
So I would note that Sheriffhall, the modelling, the transport modelling, which Mr Elliott will be able to speak to in more detail than myself, considers. It factors in. It's built. He will explain it much better than I am. But we build a local traffic model, but we feed in the regional traffic model. So it's taken into account all of those development sites and that traffic coming in the future, and that's fed into by the local planning authorities that feed in their housing sites, etc. And I think the only way that it's going to happen, and it's well recognised now, is that there is a shift change happening. There's trying to rapid transit interchanges. STPR2 is a lot more, a lot of it's around behaviour and behavioural changes, and STPR2 has set out a lot of ways in which it would seek to change that. Active travel routes from local, regional to national level. I think there's a lot of proposals coming out, and that's the point I was trying to make earlier, is Sheriffhall is only one part of this wider in multimodal proposals across the city to deal with the problems.
Yes, I think CES Plan 2016 let the cat out of the bag, though, because it said Sheriffhall, and I know it was rejected, but as far as possible Transport Scotland thinking was concerned, it said Sheriffhall is important because it's the start of improvements along the A720. And suddenly, three-lane dualling came into my mind. Am I been totally exaggerating the situation?
I don't think STPR one insinuated that at all. It talked about targeted infrastructure investments. Others have talked about a desire to assess plan, and I've talked about this potentially being the first step, and a call to do the whole of the wider A720. But that was never what the potential was for Sheriffhall.
So, about modal shift, you mentioned that there's all these plans in STPR2 for mass rapid transit, for example. They're aspirational, aren't they?
No, they're setting forward where Transport Scotland will put their investment for the next 10 years.
It's going to cost a lot of money, isn't it?
I wouldn't be able to put a finger on what.
Wouldn't it be better to spend the money that Sheriffhall and spend it on the mass rapid transit?
I don't think it's one at the expense of another. I think Sheriffhall is required for a lot of reasons.
Okay. I'll go on to the local plan shortly, but the planning, and I think it's in the 2019 Act, that we really should be looking at this idea of 20-minute neighbourhoods. And you were talking about travelling across to the Gyle and across Edinburgh, which again, and I'm sorry to repeat it, but I feel that's going back to the 2008 STPR, which was this idea of taking transport across a commuter belt of 1 hour across Edinburgh. Whereas on the other hand, we've got the 20-minute neighbourhoods, and I'm thinking again. I keep going back to Blindwells because it's looming in the horizon, and I don't see how it's going to be serviced at all, even by road. But if we look at living more locally, I mean, there's the site at Cockenzie. There's ideas for the sort of Cless idea of the local, you invest big time locally, and really, if we're focusing in on that type of thing, live well locally, well, surely that's the focus of places like Blindwells. We've got sites that we can develop. Cockenzie's has been trying to, it was an NPF3, it's trying to get off the ground. It's struggling, the council's doing their best, but, so, what I'm trying to aim at here, that there seems to be this, that we need to go across Edinburgh when there's sites on the doorstep, and that equally applies to the Bio Quarter as well. Not for Blindwells, of course, but for, let's say, the SIMDs, that cluster right next to the Bio Quarter. Yeah.
I appreciate your point. 20-minute neighbourhoods, my understanding of them is that they're about meeting your daily needs. They're about you being able to walk to the shops, school, GP. You don't need to get into your car, and you don't need to use your car for those short journeys. They're unfortunately not going to work for accessing higher education, and they're not always going to work. Sometimes they might, but they're not generally going to work for accessing employment. So they're a focus on stopping, to me, those short daily journeys. I think, I focus on those key employment sites because there's a lot of data there about, the travel to work patterns to those. There's a lot of employment land. I think probably I didn't, I explained that, and you talk about Blindwells, but Shawfair's the nearest to Sheriffhall of the new town. 4,000 new homes at Shawfair and big employment land as well. I think these big key regional sites are always going to be important. They're important because they're clusters of economic development. In Edinburgh it's life sciences. We talk about the data through and there's reasons for them clustering together because it keeps, economies and businesses work together. And I don't know if I'd brought that out before, but there's 2 strategic development areas within that are relevant to Sheriffhall. There's the South East Edinburgh with Shawfair in it, but there's also the A68, A7 corridor going out to Midlothian. So there is employment land. It's not just those big key sites. You know, there's the life sciences out at the Bush, out Straighton and going out that way. You know, then there's smaller sites within Midlothian, but you know, there's 2 aspects, I suppose. You know, the regional core is where the growth is going to be. It's where it's being directed. And we talk about social inclusion, and we're not going to enable social inclusion if we're not going to allow people from outside the region to be able to access those jobs. You know, that's what we talk about, kind of opening up fair access to jobs and opportunities. So I don't think we're going to get away from these big sites. You know, they're there, the Gyle, Quarter, you know, and there is more local economic development. But I think when the 20-minute neighbourhoods, which has been changed now to more living locally to allow it to be adjusted to geographical scales, because it works in an urban area, it doesn't always work in an edge of urban area, for example. So I appreciate your point, but I think we're not going to get away from people needing to access employment outside of 20-minute neighbourhoods. But what needs to happen is there needs to be more choices and more reliability and more options for those people to get there.
So that brings us back to commuting. So the Regional Prosperity Framework, which is an offshoot of the city deal, it accepts, I don't know what the word is, it's in that document that they agree with the concept, the national commitment to 20% less traffic growth by 2030. So you've got that in one hand, you've got Edinburgh City Council in the other hand, and for its citizens, 30%. Now, so I would think somewhere in between those 2 figures, that should be the target for reducing single-use occupancy commuter traffic. So when you then went on to talk about the park and rides, you've got to remember there's going to be 75% of there's only going to be 75% of the traffic on the road, and well, obviously Mr. Elliott, and that's going to be part, I presume, of his evidence about traffic flows and origin and destination. But what I'm trying to get at is that you're placing a lot of store in the park and ride, but the 75% of cars that are left on using the junction, wouldn't they be able to access the Sheriffhall or the Shawfair Park and Ride? I'm not sure it's the correct name. I've seen signs Sheriffhall Park and Ride and Shawfair Park and Ride. Anyway, you know what the site I'm talking about. But what I'm trying to say is you've got to envisage a picture with 25% less traffic in the road. Is that right? And wouldn't Shawfair Park and Ride function with that level of traffic reduction going through Sheriffhall?
A couple of things there, I suppose. So our scheme's not been modelled on including any of those other improvements taking place. Those are just on now, you know, with the scheme in place, how much traffic will still. I think what the point you're trying to say is there'll be less traffic going to the park and ride. So I would only see that as being more being more appealing to people to use because they can get to the park and ride quicker and they're not stuck in the traffic at Sheriffhall trying to get there, which might put them off in the first place and end up running onto other local roads that we don't really want them on if they're...
What about the park and ride at the new one that's proposed for Newton Farm? Wouldn't that take some of the strain off?
It might well do if it's brought forward.
Shawfair, if we turn to Shawfair, I read the Midlothian, I think they call it the master plan for Shawfair, and it keeps using the word sustainable. And give the planners their due. When you look at it, it's got its own station, own school catchment, it's going to have its own town centre, and it looks towards Edinburgh. You don't have to cross the bypass at all. You can you can look towards Edinburgh and the Bio Quarter and those areas. So surely Shawfair is a sort of the 20-minute community, and also quite a sustainable development in that it's got good public transport links to Edinburgh if those are needed, and it's also got employment land on the doorstep.
I think Shawfair is a really good example of, it benefits from having been on the new Borders Rail and there being a new rail station right on the doorstep. There's no doubt about that. I think the figure I showed earlier about the travel to work patterns to those travelling to Bio Quarter show that Bio Quarter serves a much wider area, and Shawfair will as well. You know, unfortunately, people are moving out of the city because of cost of housing, and that there is still going to be people coming from Edinburgh is still going to be the core that people are living outside in the wider areas, the wider regions are going to access for higher education, jobs.
Yeah, it's going to be a massive problem. I agree with you. Right. If we turn to the local plans now, both Edinburgh and Midlothian have put a symbol on Sheriffhall to say that is safeguarded, and Edinburgh, I think, have put a boundary, around what presumably something like the CPO area. So that's not much, is it? I mean, it's important. Obviously, it's prudent to safeguard. I'm not disputing that, but that's about the extent of it, isn't it? Where's the infrastructure first, from Midlothian and from Edinburgh?
I'd argue the infrastructure first is Sheriffhall. Midlothian Council are very clear in their local development plan, and I can find it for you, that Sheriffhall is vital to delivering. I'll find it. Let me see. While I do, in response to the point about a line on a plan, that does come down to just when the local development plan was prepared. There was a letter submitted by Midlothian Council fairly recently. It's in my recognition. It was in relation to impacts on direct land next to the roundabout. It's OBJ 2730.028, and I reference it in 5.2 of my recognition, where they state, they I haven't pulled it up, but from memory they really say, that's where we were. There was no design. If they'd had more detail of the design, they would have protected the land that they'd required more around that. And it's in relation to the fact that we need to take some of the economic development land that's in the LDP, and they're happy for that to be sacrificed for Sheriffhall because of they appreciate, or they're very clear on the need for Sheriffhall to deliver their local development plan aspirations.
It's aspirations. What it is, it's land. They put. Yeah, I'm not disputing the symbol. I mean, fair enough. It's just a safeguarding symbol. That's fine. But what Midlothian are doing are designating large areas for development with no infrastructure, and that local plan has been on the go now. Oh, correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was 2017. I mean, that's a long time to get your compulsory purchase orders in place for active travel routes and things like that, and nothing's been done, has it?
I couldn't comment on individual sites or Midlothian's development of individual traffic. I mean, it probably is in there somewhere in there, but...
Well, I'll come back to the linkages then that Mr. French was talking about this morning. You see, what we're trying to get at is that there's, okay, good over the junction, but then you're in a desert. It's every man, woman, child for themselves as they battle with busy roads.
Yeah, I don't, you know, the A7 urbanisation is a project being taken forward. I think there's a planning application in it. That is something that we know is coming on, and our scheme took that into account and, as we say, extended it through all. I was at most of those workshops when we considered all the NMU options, you know, and there was a clear commitment from other local authorities to Sustrans as well, with a lot of taken forward, you know, knowing that this is here, that there is a need to link that up. As I say, it's already a core path, so that already indicates, you know, both Edinburgh and Midlothian side, this is something that's used by people, they recognise there's enough people using it to be designated as a core path. So I don't agree. I think there will be a lot of plans, there are plans by others to take forward when Sheriffhall, should Sheriffhall go ahead.
But the core paths really go back to the old right-of-ways. They're just there. Though at the Camp End one, for example, it's a mucky track.
The Camp End one, it was a right-of-way. No, I think core paths came out of the Land Reform Act, and it was a requirement on local authorities to. So rights-of-way are slightly different and often quite hard to assert. So that was a kind of. It came out of the Land Reform Act about the right of access of people over land, and there was a requirement put on each of the local development authorities to map those paths and areas used by people, and therefore to safeguard them. So if you want to move a core path, you have to get permission from a local authority. So they're safeguarded. Yeah,
that's right. And I think they go back to historic. I mean, I know that it was a lot to do with the right to roam, but we're also going back to the old, you know, what they were there, they were right. But what I'm trying to drive at here is that stuff that was there, and good for the council, they're trying to encourage people to walk along these core paths and linking in paths. What the problem is, though, that active travel and infrastructure doesn't come cheap. And we're not talking about drawing a white line down the side of the road or letting cyclists cycle in the pavement. We are talking about 3 metre wide. What's the body that is it Sustrans? Yeah, Sustrans level. So I think it's 3 metres to a very good high standard. Then about a metre either side, then fencing. So these are they're not by any means as expensive as roads, but they're going to cost money, and these councils are not going to have any money to do these things. I mean, I know you've said that 30-odd million are going into the region, but I think, as I said to Ms Beam Singh, that, well, when you divide that between the local authorities and look at the cost of doing these things, it just can't be achieved.
Yeah, I think we're quite set out in the OIR all of those different things that come out of the programme for government, etc., and all of the. I'm trying to find it now just so we can be clear. Yeah. So I think there's a lot of, certainly compared to what there used to be, there's certainly a lot of funding coming forward. I mean, yeah, we talked 500 million for bus priority. Oh, the list goes on about low emission zones and 35 million. But I think the one for me that stood out the most is that the 2021 programme for government said that at least 320 million or 10% of the total transport budget to be used for active travel, and that was from 24-25 and ongoing. So it's not just a one-off payment. So there is a recognition of, you know, quite significant money now being allocated, and not just by Transport Scotland, I think by others.
Yeah, I mean, I acknowledged yesterday that it's a giant step forward, but it's still £10 million per local authority. You know it. Anyway, so what I'm trying to get at is that I don't think these linkages are there. Well, I think you've answered my question quite well anyway, that they're aspirational, and there is money being going into active travel and public transport. And all I'm saying putting to you is it enough?
Yeah, but I think there are linkages there. You know, we've shortened maps. I think it was discussed with Mr. Hutchinson. You know, there is existing provision down the A6 South. You know, there is existing provision on road once you get outside of our scheme in the A7 North. I think we tied into what there is existing. I also think, again, we talk about this as rapidly urbanising area. You know, once we get to Shawfair and all of these other developments and Newton Farm and all of those in the future, I think we can only do so much as we can do in terms of trying to get the infrastructure in there first now to facilitate and allow that to come later. But I do think it will be a very different place in 10, 15 years than what it is now. And I think that's part of, you know, we've done what we can, and you know, we've, as I said, we did take it down to the A7. We did take it up beyond Camp End to ensure that we tied into that, which was a right of way, you know, the old path you talked about, and is a core path. You know, we've taken it as far as possible within the limits of the scheme.
Yeah, I don't think we're I mean, subject to Mr. French's comments this morning, I don't think we're criticising what you've attempted to do with getting across that junction. It's just that beyond that, it's, and I know you've referred to one or two schemes that are being hatched, but beyond that, people might not want to even take the junction with the NMU if they know they're just going to hit a busy road. And funnily enough, if you look at the actual cycleway signs in Shawfair, they say to Edinburgh via busy road. You know. Anyway, I think we've covered that enough. And then if I go on to your comments you made this morning, yes, I know what you're saying about you're trying to look at some of these deprived areas and give people the opportunity to get to other potential, you know, job opportunities and things like that. But there just seems something wrong with trying to encourage people to go from, say, Nidre, drive down the A7 Old Dalkeith Road, which is going to have more traffic on it because of Sheriffhall, 6% more traffic, get onto the Sheriffhall junction, go along the A720, and then where we know there's congestion hotspots as well, and the mobility plan pointed that out. It wasn't just Sheriffhall, and then get to the Gyle. I mean, or West Edinburgh. It just seems. I don't know. What do you feel about that? Am I wrong in suggesting that shouldn't be encouraged?
No, nor do I think we are encouraging it. I think we've pointed out rightly those areas that are in the most 20% most deprived areas in close proximity to our scheme, just because that's generally what you try and pick up on in SIMD, where's the worst. It's hard to comment on individual sites within that without, you know, thinking about individual areas and what is in location to them. And I also think it's very difficult to, you know, we talk about skills and development. It depends what type of jobs people are trying to get and where those jobs are. They're not always going to be on their doorstep, unfortunately. Okay.
Just one point of clarification going on to money for sustainable travel. You said, or Ms Beam Singh, I think, said yesterday that there's 300 million available in the city deal. I thought the figure was a lot lower than that. It was something like, was it 180 million? And Sheriffhall would take up 120 million of that. It was something like Sheriffhall was taking up 80% of the budget, but now you're saying the budget is 300 million. And I've seen that figure bandied about, but I don't know where it comes from.
No, I think there's confusion there. I think Ms Bean was talking about the 300 million committed by the Scottish Government to active travel. Certainly my understanding the city deal is 140 million, 120 of it for Sheriffhall and 20 of it to the West Edinburgh active travel and bus rapid.
That's right, the West Edinburgh scheme.
Edinburgh proposals.
And I think that's what got my back up at first, that it was taking up about 85% or something like that of the whole city deal transport budget. So that you've clarified that. I think it was 320 million for the whole of Scotland, and that's where I got my figure of 10 million per local authority. Good. Right. I think we're getting there. Sorry, I'm just going through the points you made earlier. Not in cross-examination, but earlier. You used the word key. This is key infrastructure. I haven't seen that word used before. Is that a term that has meaning? I mean, I'm sure it's got some meaning, but can you explain what it means, what you think it means?
I think I said it was a part of key regional infrastructure.
In the sense?
Give me 2 seconds. I could be looking for a while. I think the point I was trying to make was it's key strategic infrastructure. I don't think I can find exactly. I think it's certainly identified as a strategic infrastructure across the strategic development plans, and certainly I think in NPF 4 or NPF 3, that it identified Sheriffhall as a key piece of infrastructure.
Okay. As I say, I'm just going through what you said, and then you went through very fairly. You went through the NATS 2 document, and I mean, you know where we're coming from. We're the polar. We're interpreting that as the polar opposite as you're interpreting it. You know, we're the various things you go through, the fair access, the improved in healthcare. I mean, how you can say that road transport leads to people being healthier, I find that very difficult. I mean, 35,000 people die each year of pulmonary illness from vehicle emissions. I presume you just meant people can get to the Royal Infirmary quicker or something like that? Or?
No, I think what I mean is it's giving transport choices that are healthier, so it's allowing active travel transport choices, and public transport not necessarily healthier, but it's allowing a choice of transport for people. The lack of congestion is dealing with the areas of congestion, and I think, yes, it's providing accessibility to key health, like the hospital as well.
And then you say it helps people, you say we've got to have a greener way of living, and that this helps access to places like Dalkeith Country Park. But could I put it to you that if you were taking your kids to Dalkeith Country Park, you wouldn't really take them there in the rush hour, would you?
I'm not sure. It depends where you were coming from. Certainly, you would get through the round. I would take, if you were taking your kids. I have 2 small children. I wouldn't take them through Sheriffhall right now. That's for sure. But I might through a segregated cycleway.
So just bear with me. I'm just going through the various points you made earlier. And then you come on to NPF 4, and it is very much, I agree with you, the biodiversity crisis and what can we do. You just very quickly mentioned waste, and maybe we'll come on to that in the environmental assessment. But we're talking about sort of regional planning at the moment, and it seems here we have this, I'm talking about this planning vacuum, that there's nowhere to put the hazardous waste, and you would think that would be part of the regional, well it should be, I know that they're supposed to be, it's supposed to be considered in regional spatial strategy. Where do you put your waste? But we can leave that till, the actual environmental, if you want. Gosh, you went through a lot this morning, earlier, didn't you? Oh yes, just one thing I would like to raise, and you used the word housing need. It's actually called the Housing Need and Demand Assessment 3, and that was put into National Planning Framework 4. I mean, only 10% of it is need. 90% is demand. In other words, we want to create 3,000 jobs at Kirkensey, therefore we need 3,000 houses at Blindbow. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with inward migration because we need bus drivers and people like that, but all I'm trying, just when we get carried away by the amount of housing land we need, I think we've just got to temper it with the fact that it's 10% need and the rest is demand. And I'm not here to make a judgment, but I'm just pointing that out to the inquiry.
Yeah, I know that Honda assessments, housing land need assessments are a very specialised area of planning. I couldn't possibly comment. I know that the NPF 4 certainly sets it out as the minimum amount of land by reference to housing numbers that is to be provided by each planning authority for Scotland in a 10-year period. They expect that should be exceeded by each local authority.
Yeah. I think that's everything on the planning side. What we want to do now is take you up on the environmental assessment process, and that's Dr. Boswell's speciality, so I'll hand over to him.
Is it worth having a sort of
How long do you think you will take?
Well, 5:30. It's a little later than you said. I have got a suggestion that I had a couple of things on the planning myself. I could put those in. Those might take 10 minutes, so sort of get us to about 20 to 5 or something.
I mean, part of me is quite keen to keep going because I'm slightly concerned that we're not making a huge amount of progress with the witnesses. We're day 2, almost end day 2. We're only on our 3rd witness, which we haven't finished yet. I got a feeling the traffic evidence is going to take quite a while. I've got a feeling the climate change evidence is going to take quite a while. We've only got 3 days left this week. And so I do have a slight concern as to how we're progressing. I'm going to flag that in a moment.
Let's push on if that.
So I'd rather push through. I don't want people sitting necessarily until 5:30, and it is tiring for the witness. I personally don't mind, but I know it is tiring, and you want to give your best evidence. So let's do your planning questions and take a brain check at that point and see where we're at.
Okay.
And we'll see how you're feeling at that point, whether you want to start even a bit on the ES assessment. I don't want to...
Okay,
Yeah, let's see where we get to.
Meant to be using this one, I think. Right. Afternoon. Yeah, I wanted to come back on this key infrastructure point, because it's mentioned in section 6.1 of your precognition in the conclusion. I understand you're saying it's key regional infrastructure now. I didn't really get a sense when I read your precognition that there was anything which sort of built up to that conclusion. However, I can see that you have said a lot this afternoon. But what I'm interested to know is how you define the threshold for a proposal being key infrastructure.
Well, I guess the answer to that is it's strategic. It's part of the trunk road network, which we would consider strategic infrastructure. Serves the whole of Scotland. So. Okay.
So we were talking in planning terms, and my understanding is usually when something is key infrastructure, it's some other important thing depends upon it happening, at least one other important thing. So, for example, in the planning world, one might say something like a substantial settlement, say a settlement of 5,000 houses, depends upon something, and that dependency would make the thing key infrastructure. So that might be a sense of the threshold one would be talking about, that in the planning world, the land-based planning world, not transport, that there's something else which depends upon it. What I'm not seeing is things, from everything you've said, I'm not seeing any such thing further down the line. I mean, you've told us a lot of stuff. You know, it's a huge glossy brochure for what's going to happen in South Scotland for, many years. But what I'm not seeing is any such thing further down the line which depends upon the Sheriffhall scheme, which then makes it, goes over some threshold, so it makes it key infrastructure.
Ma'am, I don't know if it's helpful. And I don't want to cut across Dr. Boswell's question, but if it saves time, the witness did. Ms. McClelland has just explained where the term came from, but wasn't able to find it when being asked by Mr. Walker. Would it assist to remind the witness of where in the overarching report she explains key transport infrastructure?
That probably would assist. And I think the question that you can maybe answer as well, is there anything in the plans, documents, that is dependent on Sheriffhall?
Right, a couple of points I would make.
Mr. Milne, to direct you to the...
Yes, show me there first.
Yes, and then Dr. Boswell's question fairly follows on from that. The overarching report 3.2.52.
So we say the South East Scotland Strategic Development Plan, adopted in 2013, identified Sheriffhall as a key transport infrastructure project, while also recognising the significant amount of development planned in the South East Strategic Development area, which is served by Sheriffhall. Another point I would probably like to make in that is that I picked up Mr. Walker, and I think we just got sidetracked a bit. The Mid-Lothian Local Development Plan, very clear. I think you talked about this vital and key. It notes And under delivering the strategy, that the grade separation of Sheriffhall Roundabout is identified in CES Plan Action Programme with Transport Scotland as the lead agency and as policy support through the latter Strategic Transport Projects Review. The Council consider this a vital component of the CES Plan and MDLP, Midlothian Local Development Plan strategies, and retains the policy safeguarding and early implementation of this scheme and the policies TRAN2 and TRAN3. So that's on page 84 of document CD003.034, PDF page 84.
What I'm hearing is that Transport Scotland, you consider it key transport infrastructure, but I'm not hearing anything which really answers my question that, what absolutely in the land-based planning depends upon it or not. It's in some plans, yes. I mean, you're saying it's in plans, but I'm not actually hearing that there's anything which actually depends upon, which couldn't happen if it wasn't done.
I think the point you're trying to make maybe is perhaps that, it's needed to open up direct access to development land, or we often think about it in those terms in planning. I think this Sheriffhall serves a much wider region in terms of delivering a lot of economic development. Midlothian Local Development Plan identifies specific developments that are required to contribute to Sheriffhall in terms of developer contributions. I can take you to that. So I think we're also getting a bit confused between the key infrastructures. What a strategic development plan might say, these are the key infrastructure requirements that we need in order to deliver our spatial strategy. Another way to think about it is essential infrastructure. MPF 4 identifies what essential infrastructure is, and it talks about, let me just find the exact thing, transport proposals and travel networks identified in local development plans as being essential infrastructure. That's often referred to in a lot of other planning policies, that certain things are allowed if it's essential infrastructure. Example, I know in relation to green belts, it's often said, you don't take the green belt unless it's for essential infrastructure. So I think, I'm not quite sure. I think you're trying to say, does Sheriffhall directly needed to enable a specific site to be developed? No, but it's because of where it is. It sits on the trunk road. It's part of the trunk road network, but it is required across a spatial strategy as being a key requirement to allow that whole area to function better.
Okay, I think the no in there was the answer to my question. Just picking up on something actually you just said, you said that there's developer contributions associated with Sheriffhall. So can we understand the funding situation? I thought the funding was the 120 million from the city deal, which we understood yesterday is probably seriously at risk as being an accurate number. But now you're saying there's developer contributions which might come on stream?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the local development plan was prepared in 2017 prior to the city deal.
Sorry?
The local development plan was prepared prior to the city deal having been signed.
Right, so what's the status of the developer contributions now?
I'm unsure, and I'm not...
Okay, so that... Right, trying to unravel that to understand it, because it's a new thing in the thing. So there were developer contributions for Sheriffhall in a local plan some time back, but since then there's been the city deal funding. Has that effectively replaced the funding requirement for Sheriffhall? And so it's no longer required, no longer dependent on any developer contributions. Is that correct?
I'm not.
Don't answer that question, or you already have. And that's the answer I was going to put to Dr. Boswell. These are questions which would have been much more appropriately put to an official of Transport Scotland, as opposed to Ms McClelland, who's giving evidence on EIA and planning.
That's a fair point. I only heard about the developer contributions 5 minutes ago, so maybe Ms Beam Singh would better answer that at some point. So I think it'd be helpful to understand the funding situation and understand if that is the developer contributions are still in the frame.
Transport Scotland's evidence is that it's funded by the City deal.
Okay.
It's funded by Scottish Government through the City deal, and the Scottish Government are the funder of last resort, and they take the financial risk. I don't know anything about developer contributions. If Midland Council are looking for taking developer contributions, do they have developer contributions? I've got no evidence on that whatsoever. So my position is, as per Transport Scotland's evidence, is that it's fully funded, well, up to 120 million from the City deal, and anything above that is Scottish Government's risk.
Well, thank you for that clarification. So then the developer contributions for Sheriffhall mentioned earlier are not really relevant anymore, as I understand it.
And I think the point the witness was making is the fact that the local development plan came before the City deal, so there might have been a point in time where the council were looking for contributions, but they may not be now because of the City deal. But we haven't got anyone here from the Lothian Council as a witness who can clarify that. And I think the evidence is very clear that it's funded from the City deal up to 120 million, Scottish Government thereafter.
Can't read that. Earlier on, you said Sheriffhall's an enabler, and you gave a list of things that got fairly sort of large investment, sort of public transport, sustainable transport things. So it was bus rapid transit, the trams, park and ride, and also you mentioned housing as being enabled. But on each of those, can you say what the state of the funding or the progression of those projects generally, but and then the funding? So for bus rapid transit, what is the state of that project?
No, I can't. MPF4 has not been adopted yet. That's where it's mentioned for Edinburgh, and it's a planning document. These would obviously be taken away and worked up in more detail. STPR2 was only published just before Christmas. Again, this is the first time that it's been put in a firm footing and published in a final document. So, no, I cannot play with funding.
So bus rapid transit has got a long way to go yet, and it hasn't even got to thinking about funding.
And the tram line, I know Edinburgh Council are still working on tram line 3.
And ditto trams. And what about park and ride?
The park and ride is there at the moment. There's certainly a desire for it to function better. The City Mobility Plan recognises that it's there and has policies to look to expand those park and rides and make them function better.
Okay, so there's a lot of stuff really which is waiting for sort of downstream process and downstream funding. Do you really think there's enough money for both, for both that, all those things, and Sheriffhall to happen?
I don't think that's for Ms Cleland to answer. Funding, Ms Cleland is giving evidence on EIA and planning policy.
Okay. Ms McClellan said that investing in Sheriffhall wouldn't displace public transport. From my own experience, in 20 years of looking at this sort of stuff, I've never seen a case where a road scheme being built didn't displace funding later for public transport. Ms McClellan did say that in her evidence, and I think I have a right to ask her if she agrees whether there's funding for both, and that's why I asked the question. I just really want to put that on record, that that's where that question was coming from.
I think what Ms McClelland explained was what policy plans and strategies had set out by way of Scottish Government commitment to make a percentage of annual transport expenditure available. It was a statement of what's in the documents. If I could just remind us that that's what Ms McClelland actually said.
Okay. Well, we'll leave that there. As you said, you set out a lot of development proposals for all the sort of Midlothian area, Edinburgh area earlier. Is it your understanding that all of that is modelled in the transport models?
Mr. Elliott would be much better to speak to the detail of it, but certainly there is a regional transport strategy a regional transport model that is fed into by the local planning in terms of what the developments are coming forward, and that informed our scheme, yes.
Okay. There's, I agree we'll come on to this probably tomorrow, but there is aspects of the traffic modelling where it's talking about only putting 1 kilometre in and up to 1 kilometre and up to 5 kilometres. I just want to be clear what developments have gone into the traffic model. It's not entirely clear at all.
Again, I think that would be with Mr. Elliott. I think the 1 kilometre is our cumulative assessment boundary for other projects that we considered for Type 2 assessment.
Okay. We are at 4:45, and I've got to the end of the ones I wanted to ask on the planning. Do you want to sort of check whether to sort of go forward for another 3/4 of an hour or whatever on the EIA questions at this point?
Ma'am, I'm sure you're conscious as well. I would like to ask Miss McClelland about the individual chapters of the ES as well.
No, I appreciate that, and I've also got some questions. So we're not going to finish with this witness today with the best will in the world. Are you going to take just 45 minutes, or do you think we will sit here in an hour and a half?
Well, we can probably break it in half.
Is there an actual point you could break it, so we could do half today?
Yeah, let's. I mean, I feel probably it would help everybody if we try to go for it. But let's say not beyond 5:30, because that's not fair to anybody, particularly Miss McClelland.
Yeah, we'd rather be thinking for like 5:15, 5:20,
or 5:20,
something like that. If you, as long as you're happy.
Let's see how far we get.
Mr. Millen, what's your thoughts?
If Ms McClelland is happy, I'm happy. The only point, ma'am, maybe you do have this information, but when the room is required this evening, because I do know we were told to clear the room.
Do you know when the room's required?
I'm not sure. I'm sure it was 5 o'clock. So what I've heard is what was booked until I can try and speak to the guy and ask him.
Right, let's have 5 minutes and we'll double check the room.
So
there's the SHU 0637, that's the Transport Scotland's July 2022 Environmental Impact Assessment Guidance. The Environmental Statement Chapters 1, 6 and 18. The Further Information Report, which is TS01 022, the OIR, which I think you've got there already, DMRBLA 114, which is CD 004 001 057, and your own precognition. So I want to start with the issue of the EI regulations and the transition to the 2017 regulations, or from the 1999 regulations, depending how you look at it, which you describe in the environmental statement. And if we start with the introduction chapter to the environmental statement, which is chapter 1.
Was the first one you said was SHU 0637?
Yeah.
think I've got that as not used.
It was one of the ones, that one went in over the weekend, I think. It's one of the new documents.
What is the document?
Yes, Zoe, that's the July 22 guidance
Okay, I've got that.
by Transport Scotland.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want a bit of time to download that
Yeah,
one
just
from
give me 1
Objective Connect or whatever?
No, I have a copy of it. Anyway,
Okay,
so,
great.
And then I'll just
Okay.
get the chapter.
But anyway, we're on the environmental statement, chapter 1, and if you go to page PDF 10, please. And at the bottom, we've got Table 1 for requirements of the EIA regulations. So that's a table which is just starting on page 10, but it sort of goes over. And just wanted to, first of all, can you confirm that that's the 1999 EIA regulations being referred to?
I can, yes.
Yeah. So if we go over the page and we go to the Schedule 4 requirement, which is labelled 3, sort of just a little bit down the page, and that gives a list of the environmental factors which are included in for descriptions in the environmental statement or whatever. Can you confirm that climatic factors is listed there?
I can, yes.
Thank you. And then moving on to item 4, immediately below that, you've got description of likely significant effects for the environmental statement. And can you confirm cumulative is one of those? And then underneath that, you've got emissions of pollutants under point C. I'm just trying to find myself in the questions. Yeah. Would you agree that the gas carbon dioxide relates to both the environmental factor of climatic factors and is also a pollutant when it's emitted?
My reading of the climatic factors would be generally what we could take into account. Climatic factors are normally taken into account in the air and noise assessments within the EIA, and they inform those assessments. Certainly emission of pollutants, gases would be taken into account under the EIA regs, under the air quality assessment.
So you're saying that's air quality pollutants?
That was certainly what the scope of what we had assessed.
Okay.
Into the 1999.
Well, we have climatic factors there too, plural. And in the later EIA regulations, we have both sort of the impacts of climate change on the scheme and so on. And we also have greenhouse gas emissions. Do you not agree that greenhouse gas emissions are there in those climatic factors? They're not a climatic factor, are you saying?
No, I don't really understand what your question is in terms of
Well,
climatic
I'm
factors.
asking you if greenhouse gas emissions are part of the climatic factors.
Certainly, there's nothing in any of the guidance from the 1999 regulations, either set out at Scottish Government level or DMRB, that would have attributed climatic factors as greenhouse gas emissions.
Yep, I understand that practice has sort of followed intention really on a lot of this, and that in practice greenhouse gas emissions were erratically sort of reported. I mean, I've seen them reported in environmental statements back in 2014 on road schemes, for example. But before the new regulations came in. And I agree it was erratic, so you've got practice fault, but I'm talking about what the EIA regulations are saying there. And would you not include greenhouse gas emissions as a climatic factor?
No, I wouldn't have said we did
Okay.
under the 1999.
Right. That's just for clarity then, you did a scoping based on that understanding. You did an EIA scoping based on that understanding. So climate change was scoped out, was it, in the EIA scoping?
It was never a topic to consider under the 1999 regulations.
So climate factors were scoped out, were they? They're a topic.
No, we consider climatic factors and how it's certainly Mr. Hodgkiss and Ms. Scott could talk about how they inform other topics within the EIA.
So what climatic factors did you do?
As I say, we talk about when we're thinking about noise, we talk about wind direction, same with air quality, dust. We think about precipitation. We talk about climatic factors in terms of flooding, in terms of precipitation. It informs quite a number of other topics.
Okay, so you're talking about the impacts of climate change, even including on things like noise. I'm not sure about that.
No, I'm talking about how climatic factors inform those assessments.
I want to know whether climate change or climatic factors were scoped out.
They weren't a topic to be scoped in or out. They're not listing all topics. It's the interrelation. Climatic factors was not. It wasn't scoped out. It certainly was not listed under the DMRB topics that we should consider.
Right, but it is listed. Climatic factors are listed under item 4 there. Which
we
is what
followed
you've reproduced from
the guidance, which is aligned to the EIA directive.
Reproduced from the regulations as well, more or less verbatim. That. So climatic factors you listed out, but I mean we haven't gone back as far as the scoping, but I mean the point is you didn't consider them in the scoping, I think.
I think Ms McClelland has given her clear answer on that. Dr Boswell may take a contrary position, but I'm not sure there's much assistance in repeatedly putting the position about climatic factors. I think we have a clear answer from Ms McClelland on what was considered and what was not scoped out.
We'll take the answer that they weren't considered.
The evidence I thought we got, and I think it's maybe a misunderstanding as to what's meant by climatic factors. I'm going to be really layman here. And my understanding is climatic factors is weather and how that impacts on other issues like noise, air, if it's natural heritage, but how those climatic weather factors impact on other environmental impact chapters. I think that's how it's been fed into the ES, not putting words into your mouth. But climate change, if you're thinking of climate change, wasn't assessed because I think the evidence says it didn't have to be assessed under the 1999 regs. Does that summarise your evidence? So I think it's a different view on what's meant by climatic factors. So I understand you're thinking of climate change, and Mr McClelland's thinking about it from a weather and how that impacts on other impacts.
Okay.
Does that
we'll
clarify?
Park that one.
Okay.
So moving on to the transition from the 1999 regulations to the 2007 regulations, please can you have a look at the Environmental Impact Assessment Guidance, July 2020, and page 22. And this section describes the transitional provisions for the new regulations.
Page 22, did you say?
Yes, PDF
PDF
page 22. So see how to get that up. Yeah, it's got a title, Transitional Provisions for the New Regulations, and then under that, well, I really want to go to the first bullet point. Under that, yeah, so I think we've already established that the scheme was subject to an EIA screening and scoping before the 16th of May 2017. You say that in various places. So the scheme meets the first bullet point and the first sentence of that bullet, which says the previous screening requirements continue to apply. Is that correct?
Yes.
So the second sentence says after the screening requirements have been completed, the rest of the EIA procedures must be completed in accordance with Road Scotland Act 1984 as amended. So can I confirm that the EIA procedures being referred to here are the procedures under the 2017 EIA regulations?
Can we confirm again when this was published?
Yeah, this was July 2022.
Yeah. So I think where we would rightly go is the Act to look at the transitional requirements, because that's what I relied on at the time. If you would like to go there.
Yeah, I come on to the sequencing, but when you also wrote the further information report, which was published, I think, on the 1st of November. So that was after this guidance, Transport Scotland's own guidance. And I have got questions following on, actually. They've been out of sequence to touch upon it now and come back to that or do it now. But I haven't seen any evidence in the further information report that this environmental impact assessment guidance from July 2022 was picked up in that November 1st report.
No, it's procedural guidance, and the further information report is further information. It's not the EIA.
You went through lots of policy. One of the objectives of the further information report was to align with new policy and guidance, and the significant amount of material in there on that.
It was to consider whether any new policy or guidance would have changed the outcomes of the environmental statement.
Yeah, and if the outcomes of the environmental statement might be changed by whether it's fully in accord with the 2017 regulations or not, then that is a material issue. It should have been considered in writing that report, surely.
Could you repeat the question?
Yeah. If, when you came to the further information report, you're looking at whether the outcomes of the environmental statement would be changed, which you're saying is one of the purposes of the further information report, then if there's guidance which has come out saying that the EIA should be done in accordance with the 2017 regulations, then that is quite material to whether the conclusions of the environmental statement are right, because it's the EIA, the 2017 EIA regulations require being in accord with them is a threshold, which, as I understand you're saying in other places, that the original environmental statement wasn't trying to get to that threshold.
I think Ms McClelland has explained that the environmental statement, and therefore the further information, was published in accordance with the transitional regulations, which, in this instance, require the 1999 regulations to be complied with. Now, if there's a legal submission being made that the publication of guidance in July 2022 changes the legal framework, which was published in, which was brought into force in 2017, then no doubt we will read that proposition in due course. But the witness, who is not legally qualified, has stated, as a matter of fact, that the environmental statement and the further information was published pursuant to the transitional regulations, which required that the pre-2017 regulations continue to apply.
Yeah, I take the point Ms McClellan, is not giving legal evidence. And the question was on the basis of Ms McClellan being the EIA practitioner. So if I've reframed the question, if you're the EIA practitioner and Transport Scotland, who's effectively your client in this case, come out with guidance which says that you should be according with the 27 regulations, would it not at least be necessary to at least give a nod to that and say, oh, yeah, there's new guidance in July 2022. We're sort of moving towards publishing a further information report in November 2022. We should at least consider what that new guidance says as an EIA practitioner.
I think looking at this document, it says it's a guidance note, the Transport Scotland's advice and key statutory requirements, and it's not intended to be a complete guide to EIA. The guidance that Transport Scotland instructs us to use to do EIA, which aligns with directive, is DMRB. So this to me, it's not going through individual topics and how they're applied or how it's about the process of EIA, and it's certainly not something. The guidance we were reviewing in the further information for the purposes of the inquiry was whether the new DMRB guidance, which is what we need to apply, would have changed the conclusions of the ES.
Okay, but the...
Can I ask a quick question, maybe short circuit this? Were you aware of that TS guidance when you did the further information report?
Yes, I've come across it.
I suppose, what regard did you have to it, or did you just take the view that the original ES was done under the 929 regs, therefore the further information should be done under the same, I suppose, legal basis?
But don't forget that we tried to align, we did to make best practice. This 2017. When I read this, I would think if I was doing an EIA now, this is what I should very much take regard to, but we were in a different stage.
Yeah, I mean, there's two things there about the DRB guidance, which is just, it comes from the DFT, but it's Transport Scotland's guidance, but the EI regulations are legally binding. So it is quite important to understand what version of the EI regulations you're sort of aiming at, and this says quite clearly, it is a message to EIA practitioners. It's saying the rest of the EIA procedures must be completed in accordance with the 2017 regulations, and I agree that it's a change from what the position was in 2019. It's a change at July 2022, but if you were aware of it, which you've just said, it does seem to have been, again, something to say you should have given a nod to it in the further information report and said, well, this is what we're going to do in response to this, but it appears it was ignored.
I'm going to short-circuit this. We've had evidence from the witness. Her position is that she carried out the EIA in accordance with the 1999 regs. Further information report was done under the same regs. She was aware of that guidance. Now, in your own evidence, in your examination chief, you may want to comment on whether that was the correct approach or not in your view, but I don't think the witness is going to give a different answer to your question, okay? Yeah. So I get the point, and I get the point. I know what the witness did. She was aware of the guidance. I know what regs she did the further information report under.
Right.
In your examination chief, feel free to make some comment as to whether that is acceptable or not.
Thank you very much.
And if you feel that you need to make a legal submission as to the adequacy of the environmental statement, you should do that as a legal submission at the end of the process.
Yeah. And yeah, we are going to clarify about being able to see each other's legal submissions, I believe, as well.
We are going to clarify that, yes.
Yeah. So we'll leave that there. Okay. I mean, you just said that you did try to align with the 2017 regulations anyway, and that's what you'd want to do now. And I want to now drill into that, if I may. So still in Chapter 1 of the Environmental Statement, if we go to page 9, please. Yeah, it's paragraph 153. You sort of basically say that what you've also just said, more importantly, say notwithstanding all the above, which was about the scoping and so on, you say cognizance has been given to the new requirements and some additional elements have been included. So I just want to walk through those. And if we now go to Chapter 6, please, and page 3. Right, there's the big paragraph 631 at the bottom of page 3. And it's the fourth sentence, says, it should be noted that the scoping process was not undertaken, again, under the 2017 regulations, we've established that, but additional requirements have been included in this ES with the exception of heat and radiation. So that's fair enough. I think you're stating very clearly that that's the situation of what you're going to update. So and the top of that section, if we just go up the page, I just want to pick out the word alignment, that you are saying the 6.3, the section header is 2017 EI regulation. So you're talking about alignment, and you're saying what you're not going to align is the heat and radiation, and that, as far as I'm concerned, is fair enough. That's the situation, if we can confirm that's where we're at. So then the table 6.4 then says what you do in order to make that alignment. And that has Chapter 18 climate change in it. So you're now bringing in the climate change irrespective of what we were discussing earlier. I mean, this really is a question for the further information report again, but would you agree that aligning with and according with are effectively two different thresholds? So in the environmental statement, you are saying you're aligning with, but the guidance is saying according with. Yeah, the July 2022 guidance is saying according with.
I'm not sure of the difference in what you're trying to say. We did align, we took best practice and aligned and brought in human health, climate, other chapters, but it was still, because of when we had scoped and screened it, it was undertaken under the 1999.
Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to say that alignment, according with, is a higher threshold than alignment. But you are aligning, and that we've agreed that. Okay. If we could go to the OIR document, please, and paragraph 8138 of that, page PDF 144. So this is where you bring in the aligning with the DMRB guidance. And since 2019, there's new guidance to align more closely with the EIA regs, or 2017 EIA regs. That's agree. That's what you're saying there. If we could now go to LA114, which is part of the DMRB, and that is, well, I read it out at the beginning, but CD 004001057. On page, I just want to check we agree that page 3, that says this version's published on June 2021, and we agree that's the latest version of that. Thank you. If we can go to page 33, PDF. This is the annex, Scotland National Application Annex to LA114. So just to confirm, it's our understanding, that's where the Scottish bit was added in whatever the date was, 2021, I think, this was published. So this is part of aligning more closely with the 2017 regulations. And then if we go to page 40, the title of that page of the annex is the Roads Scotland Act 1994 Environmental Impact Regulations 2017. So that's referring, the LA114, referring for climate change under the DMRB, is referring to the 2017 regulations. Would you agree?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So that's good, we're in agreement on that. I want to switch back to Chapter 6, please. So going back and forth between these documents. But so I want to go back to the intentions for alignment. And at the top of, we've got that table at the top of page 6.4, so hopefully still at the same spot. And that says the additional 2017 EIA regulations requirements. So I'm sorry, I had a question before that, which this other question wouldn't make sense, right? So I missed the question, I'll come back to it. Jumping about the documents. So we've gone through the 1999 regulation, Schedule 4, and it says something about cumulative assessment. Is it your view that the formulation of how cumulative effects are treated is different between the 1999 regulations and the 2017 regulations.
No, I think the intent behind a cumulative assessment is still the same.
So what's the same?
I think the intent behind a cumulative assessment to consider it in combination, cumulative within scheme and cumulative in combination with other projects is still the same.
Okay. I can drill into more detail on this, but the question was, that wasn't quite the answer to the question I asked. The question was, do you agree, or is it your view that the formulation of how the cumulative effects are treated is different? Between the 1999 and the 2017.
Within the regulations, I think it just says a cumulative assessment is required.
Well, there are further differences in wording. I can drill
Well, I
into
think,
that.
yes, it would be helpful to go to that.
Okay.
Rather, you're asking me about regulations that we have in front of me.
Yeah, that's a fair comment. I mean, we need to bring them up. So it's additional documents and... I mean, I don't know whether it's worth parking this to carry on at this point tomorrow morning, because we're about to hit this. It's really up to what you want to do.
I feel this could take a bit longer than we thought.
It might take 15, well, it might take 10 minutes to do this, and then I think we can finish the EI regulations fairly soon. But, I mean, I can give a bit, perhaps without drilling into the documents, I can give a bit of an overview, but if we need to really support that in full evidence, I can do it.
I think you refer to the witness, you need to go to the documents.
So
she's got a chance to look at the wording.
Yes, she does. I mean,
you're
that
asking her
might
about
be
the
better
wording.
to say, have a look at them
It's a bit unfair
overnight.
to give her a question
both-
without seeing the wording.
Yeah,
But if you're going to take another half an hour, then it's probably too long for us to sit and do this with this witness, and we do it
I
tomorrow
certainly
morning.
wouldn't take half an hour on this point, but it might actually be fairer to say to Ms McLennan, have a look at the 1999 regulations, Schedule 4, and maybe give a hint of what to look for.
Have you got a document number?
So, yeah, I mean, the 1999 ones are CD 002-005. And the 2017 ones, I should know it. Yep. The CD 002.007. And I mean, I'm really pointing to, which sort of helps so you don't spend hours tonight pouring through this stuff, that in that 2017 document, I'm sort of pointing at Schedule 1A, Paragraph 5, and that is a different, it is different words to the 1999 one. And the question was, did you agree it is a different formulation? So I think if we start off tomorrow morning from that point, that would probably be a good point to leave it, if that's okay.
I think that's fine if we leave that question. I reiterate my concern that we're 2 days in and we've done 2.5 witnesses. And I would like both parties to go away and think about, do we have enough time to do this inquiry in the time we've got allocated? We've got 3 days left this week. We've got Monday. So it's 4 days. And we've still got 11 witnesses, 10 witnesses. 2 of which, well, with traffic modelling and climate change, I think there can be a considerable amount of questioning on both parties' perspectives to get through that evidence, both in examination chief and cross-examination. So I'd like to both go away and think about it, because there's nothing worse than getting to the end of an inquiry and not having enough time. But I say we do have Monday. I drove people around next Thursday. We did have that set aside. But I want to try and make sure we can conclude this, because it's going to be very difficult to try and then fit a day in at some point in the future. So tomorrow morning, can we just have a quick discussion about that, so I know how much time we've got left and how we're going to fit it in? Okay. So we'll close for today, and I'll see you all tomorrow morning, 9:30.